All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome welcome all to the Flying H Summer Smackdown, brought to you by Cinstero Power Systems. My name is Luke Carpenter, and it is the Summer Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series here at the Flying H Drag Strip. We're thankful you all are coming out here to watch some amazing pro-modified, funny car racing, top sportsman, top dragster, everything. He's in the lanes and ready to rock and roll. So before we get started, we have a couple important things to take care of. And the first thing here is if everyone would please stand and remove your hats if you're wearing them. We will start things off with our pre-race invocation with Brooke. Brooke, take it away.
Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you for this day that you've given us, Lord God. And I thank you that everybody that has been able to be here. And I just pray over the racers and the families and the people in the stands, Lord God, that you just keep them safe during this hot day, Lord God. And I just thank you so much, and do what only you can do. In your name I pray, amen.
Amen. And now if you would please remain standing and with your hats off, I want to hand it over to Lauren Mickey. Lauren, for our national anthem, take it away. Thank you so much to Lauren Mickey. Again, Luke Carpenter here, joined by Eric. It is almost time to go racing here at the Summer Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. I want to thank so many of our wonderful sponsors, including Kryptonite Customs. Kryptonite Customs, of course, longtime sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. You can see them in action on Keith Haney's Black Mamba and so many more amazing cars. We are looking at what should be an amazing afternoon of racing. I see, is that James Ogden's car, Pro 420, coming up over there. So, indeed, Pro 420 will be coming up right after our top sportsmen, which are in the lanes, and our top dragster, which are in the lanes. I'd like to send a very special hello to Terry Long, who gave me some of his sponsor information. I'd like to send a very special thank you to all the guys who were part of our interviews during the break here, including, but not limited to the wonderful Chris Russo, Ron Minix, and more. We are going to send some cars down the track here in just a second. It is just about time for top sportsman action here at the Summer Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. Eric, we have been waiting all day for this, and we are going to see some really special races, aren't we?
It is. It's going to be great. So first out, top sportsman. These cars, some of these are even getting close to the bump.
All right, so We are.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
All right, so we thank y'all for coming out. As we get the track just a little more sticky. All right, so Eric, we should have a very fine evening of racing here as we look for top sportsman to come up first and top dragster. These top sportsmen, man, this is a really fun category.
It is a fantastic category. Some of these cars are tickling the bump spot for Pro Mod. Mm-hmm. Some of them probably could easily have run the undercard or the Slammers race, rather, that as you call it, with the Pro Mod group. But these cars are beautiful cars. They are works of art, highly engineered, highly detailed, and they just flat get with the show. So these cars are the second fastest door slammer cars on the property, second only to the Pro Mod. And again, some of these are close to that, but beautiful paint schemes, beautiful wraps. Lots of different ways to get the job done with those cars. So different power adders, anything kind of goes, dial your own, stay within the limits of the category, and put them in send mode.
Yeah, it should be a fun afternoon. Hey, look at that on the camera there. That is Mark Griffin. Compressed air supercharged car. And some top dragster right next to it.
Well, that car's beautiful too. When you see that come up to the starting line, get a good look at that.
Under the sun.
Oh my. Just absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Kind of makes me feel, America.
Right?
When I see that one come up. You can't help it. You can't help it.
No, you cannot.
It is the all-American hot rod, probably on the property here. And such cool technology, too. The compressed air supercharging is just fascinating to me.
Indeed. I mean, it's kind of the future of the sport, right? It's going, right looking forward, I think you're going to see a lot more compressed air cars. I really do.
There's less moving parts. There's no parasitic drag. It super cools the intake charge instead of superheating it like a Roots or screw blower. And it looks complicated to me, but I think in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty simple. You're essentially putting that race motor on a giant scuba apparatus, and it idles around with ambient air, and as soon as you hit a certain threshold, that slaps shut, and 3,000 pounds of regulated air is pushed straight into the intake manifold. It was amazing to me. The first time I saw one, I was like scratching my head because it was on a dragster, and it was just looked like a throttle body hanging on the front of the intake manifold. And I'm like, there's something missing here.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, there should be an air filter or a
gotta be
scoop or something.
Yeah, there's something. And no.
No. So I looked upon closer inspection.
Oh, hang
new
on.
Toys I hadn't seen before.
Never seen such a thing. And indeed, as we take a look, the car closes itself off entirely into the outside atmosphere. So as we talk about the heat, it's not really a factor with this thing. Right? Yes, we should be just about ready, I would think.
Looks like we pulled the tractors off.
Indeed. And that means it's time for our top sportsman. It's time for our compressed air supercharging top sportsman to start things off round 1 of eliminations. As we fire them up, light some fires, spin some tires.
Oh, there they are.
There we go.
That's the sound we've been waiting for.
Yep, hear the rumble. The compressed air supercharged Camaro.
Beautiful smoky burnout in the right lane.
Indeed, on the right side.
A little more conservative burnout for the compressed air supercharged car.
Indeed, Mark Griffin on the left side there. He is multiple time second place finisher behind Rod Moore. On the right side, Michael Chitty. Always a bridesmaid, never the bride when it comes to making some noise in the championship standings for the compressed air supercharge. Team. As Mark Griffin will leave the left lane first by 0.27 seconds. So Griffin leaves first off. Michael Chitty grabs a red light, and that's how we're going to start. Goodness gracious, Mark Griffin with a green light. That's all he needed to win. Ran a 4:59 against a 4:56. Chitty didn't break out, but he red lit at the start, and that's all it wrote. Sometimes you just got to be lucky rather than good. And Chitty gave all the luck over to the one and only Mark Griffin. Who do we have here on the right-hand side?
Casey Higgins coming up on the right-hand side out of Mulberry, Arkansas. A beautiful, beautiful red Camaro. Dwayne Higgins Trucking, the sponsor on that car. Pair of beautiful smoky burnouts there side by side. Higgins going to be on a 439 dial over here in the NSK lane. Will Crowley in the left-hand lane, and that Cutlass.
A 505 the dial.
505. So Higgins going to have to wait a little bit. We're going to test the patience here.
You know, it's hard to sit there for 0.66 seconds.
When you see that other car going lickety-split down Broadway, you just want to let off that button.
Mm-hmm. As the Dwayne Higgins trucking car inches towards the line, enjoying a 2/3 of a second head start for Casey.
Final wheelie bar adjustment there for Higgins. It's a big car to get in these cars, these faster cars to launch. That actually helps steer that car for the first little bit down the track when they're up on the bars.
It's Crotty into 96. Yeah, here we go. Higgins grabs the green light. Yeah, you know, and that was not easy to wait 2/3 of a second to play catch up. Not going to get there in time. Will Crotty, 5:12 and a 5. Took Casey Higgins 0.3 of a second off the dial. And that'll bring us to Doug Woody, the engine builder of the Stars here. Woody on the left side out of Independence, Missouri. Straight line performance.
J.J. Heber in the right lane, the NSK lane, and the Mustang on a 438 dial. So he's going to have to sit and watch Woody drive off for a while. Well, Woody's car's no slouch. No. But he's going to get almost a whole bulb head start. That blue's just stunning.
Isn't it? Right off the
my gosh.
way the sunlight hits it? Yeah.
From here, it's electric from here. Little nitrous purge, just a puff.
One green light and then the other. So Woody leaves way early, half a second. Too quick on the light. J.J. Heber cuts it with an 0-1. 4:46 and a 1 at 157 mile an hour for J.J. Heber. Doug Woody throws it out. And here's John Baker. Excuse me, Kyle Baker.
You just got to love, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Beautiful Willies.
Absolutely.
Nice long smoky burnout. Big injector hat. Taller than the roof of the car. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, that is a classic Willys body right there.
I love having them in the right lane here from this vantage point because it shakes the tower up here. With
It does.
The blower cars with the zoomies, it moves us around a little bit up here. So I hope you feel that in the stands. I think you can.
Probably.
I think you probably pick it up. I just love the vibrations. So you may feel that if we get two of these side by side. I'm pretty sure you're going to get a shot of that over in the stands. We bring the Pro Mods up here in a little bit. There'll be a little more sensory overload. Baker on a 385. What, less than 1/10 of a second off the Pro Mod bump spot there.
So here is Dusty Meyer on the left-hand side, a 453, or 454, excuse me, his dial, and 453 his previous run. He's going to leave first by 0.7 of a second or thereabout. You will see that on the lights. We are 1/4 of the way staged. Yeah, waiting for Dusty Meyer to bump in. Here we go.
3/4. There it is. Here comes the Willies.
Oh, man. And Kyle Baker, excuse me, well off the time there. 4:27 against the 3:85. Oh, Dron's driving. Okay. Okay, Kyle will start driving back here in the fall.
Looked like the Willies was paddling the tires just a little bit there.
Pro 420 to the lanes. Pro 420. Need you to the lanes. Pro Mod, you are on standby. Pro Mod on standby.
Another pair of beautiful burnouts. Jimmy Sakovic in the NSK lane here, closest to the tower from Baser, Kansas, the 2001 Grand Am. 632 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted big block in that car. Jim there, the crew chief. He'll get him lined up in the beams, making final adjustments to the wheelie bars.
Absolutely.
Up on the tire. Tyler Wells over there in the M&M lane on a 436 dial. We got 473, so...
You to talk about something impressive here. Tyler Wells on the left-hand side, 16, and at this point, what, like 3 months old, something like that? Turned 16 after our first race. Decided, hey, I want to go race top sportsman. Grabs his dad's old Pro Mod, beats the field at the Throwdown in T-Town. Next event comes up, goes to the finals in Martin, Michigan. Comes over here. Let's see what he does in the first round of elimination, but he's been in all of 2 races in his big car career, and he leads our points.
It's awesome.
We have father and son leading indeed, because Aaron is in the lead and Pro Mod points across the line. He's going to take another win, make it 8-1.
Wow.
How about that? And look at Sakovic was dead on with a 6.
With a 6, yeah. Missed the tree just a little bit.
Yeah, missed it on the tree. Whole shot victory on that.
Yes.
And here's Rod Oxford on the right-hand lane going up against Tina Pierce. Talk about other young guns doing great things. Over there in the black tank is her daughter Kinsey. Kinsey won the Mega Week just a few weeks ago. Tina says, my turn to win a few events.
I gotta love
Give me the keys back, dear.
That's one of those compressed air supercharged trucks. I was going to say cars. In the left lane there. Nitrous assisted in the right lane there for Rod Oxford. He's going to lead first by 0.6, 64 hundredths, actually. So Tina's going to have to watch him drive off just a little ways before she lets go.
And so that'll give us 0.6 of a second head start for Rod. Rod had some trouble boogieing down the lanes earlier. You remember that?
He did. Struggled just a little bit.
He's going to struggle again.
Go now, maybe.
I'll tell you what, he's smoking like a grandma.
It looked like it was really fat down there on the big
Yeah.
end.
0.5, too quick on the tree, so none of it will matter, to be fair. As Ron Moore comes up, your 3-time and defending champion of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. But he's not first in the points, if you can believe it.
That's crazy, right?
This year, no, yeah.
The number 1, and Jason Kimbrell in the right lane there.
Yeah.
In the Saturn, reminiscent of what happened to Pro Stock modified production. I don't think we ran Saturn in Pro Stock back in the day.
I can count on.
There was some of these around. A beautiful car. Another one of those that pretty much could probably eat off from.
I could count on one hand the amount of times I've seen a Saturn in a drag strip, to be honest with you. We saw a couple of them back in the day, but now.
Unique, but a great-looking race car. Probably ahead of its time. It's got lines like the later GTOs, the mid-2000s. Probably the same designer guy drawing the crayon pictures of them.
Oh, yeah.
So that looks good. Let's build that.
Nobody ever takes me seriously when I draw with crayons. I don't know, man, but.
I think that Tesla took my best drawing I ever had as a kindergartner when I drew something that looks like the Cybertruck.
So, yeah, right, the Cybertruck.
It's like, draw me a trapezoid. Okay, there's your trapezoid.
There you go.
Except their lines are a little straighter than mine.
This one's got less angles, so it's faster. Here we go, 3/4 of the way, staged up. Number 3 in the points, Rod Moore looking to start his championship catch. Oh, and he spins the tires.
Oh.
As he crosses the... He still wins! He still wins! Jason Kimbrell breaks out!
Under. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh. Jason Kimbrell is going to be kicking himself back.
Put away the sharp object. I thought we were going to have to say that for more when I saw a perfect reaction time and then spun the tires. I'm like, oh. Yes, put away the hammers and the sharp objects.
Oh, no.
So, Rod Moore, you know what? Would you rather be lucky or good? I'd rather be both.
But if you're going to be one, be lucky than good.
Yes. You know what? They usually say at every race there's one lucky round. That could have been his lucky round right there for Moore.
Yeah.
So we'll see him back again.
Oh, my gosh.
I did not see that coming. I mean, he had him by a bus length.
I mean, that's going to be one of the longest drives back to the shop as you'll ever get. I mean,
track crew out there checking that left lane, make sure there's nothing on the track that caused that wheel spin by Moore. Let's give them a little bit to check it out, make sure it's safe to send the next pair.
I mean, that's a shame. That is, at the risk of making him feel bad about it. But he's already going to feel bad about it. And so, Rod Moore, sometimes you get a gift horse, other times you get a gift Clydesdale. You just got an elephant, my man.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. What's the story? Look a gift horse in the mouth, or
don't look
get
one
kicked by a horse. I'm not sure.
Well, one of them did get kicked by a horse, and that's the problem there.
Yeah, I hate that. That's.
Oh no!
All right, we're gonna have to clean up on aisle 1. So we're going to be down for just a little bit here. We do have oil down in the left lane. So track crew will be out there cleaning that up. Through the miracle of modern chemistry, we have lots of different solvents and things like that. If they can mop it, they will. If not, we'll run the scrubber. We have to do the prepped part of the track. Gets treated differently than the shutdown area where it's not prepped. So different ways of picking up the spills, if you will.
And so, as a reminder, you have open pits. So if you want to go check out the pits of Guy Kelly, of Murder Nova, Keith Haney, Callie Mills, any of them, Chris Russo, Wayne Roberts, head on out there. Grab yourself some shirts. You can get an autograph.
Was just right up here on the start line.
Yeah, he was somewhere over here
taking a look.
Yeah. So get on over there, grab yourself some shirts, enjoy the refreshments as we are going to clean up this left-hand side here. That was subpar there. Right before we move into the top dragster. We'll be right back, taking a commercial break for those of you watching around the world. This is Helmet Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
Thousands of hours building it, tuning it, perfecting it. All for the rush, the satisfaction, the win. But you don't do it alone. You never do it alone. Your family is with you. Your friends are with you. Stroud is with you. Because none of it means anything if you don't come home at the end of the day. Stroud Safety. Making faster, safer, every step of the way.
Pilot Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website, complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at AtomizerFuelComponents.com.
Time if you want to go grab you a bite to eat, a cold one.
Stroud employees take pride in manufacturing the world's safest seatbelt. Every belt Stroud sells is cut, sewn, and assembled in our facility in Oklahoma. When we say made in the USA, we mean it. Stroud belts, now sold in 3-inch or 2-inch straps, are best when paired with our new Defender Series black laser-etched ultralight aluminum adjusters and camlock. We all know lighter is faster, and faster is better. When you want quality and experience, reach for the belts with the big blue patch. Stroud Safety.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, drivers, if you are in the car, in the staging lanes, you guys can get out of the car for now. Drivers in the staging lanes, you guys can get out of the car. All right, so real quick here, two of those in the pits. Just keep in mind the midnight curfew. Keep in mind the midnight curfew, A. And B, when you're eliminated, come on up to the tower for checks as soon as you are, and we can keep it rolling. If we want checks of champions, we just got to keep it rolling, all right? When we call you up to the lanes, be ready, be suited, get going. Well, we'll have top dragsters shortly after this, ladies and gentlemen. Our track crew doing the absolute best they can, and I mean, look, motor oil is the enemy of all racetracks. It really is. There's nothing you can do. And to be honest, though, free and open pits, you can get up close and personal with the likes of Aaron Wells Pro Mod over there. You can get up close and personal with the likes of Steve Macklin's funny car over there. They'll be happy. I know Clay Cole, actually, a little boy, wanted to see in it, and he actually put the kid up in the driver's seat. How cool is that?
That's awesome.
That's a lifelong fan right there.
Funny cars are at the far end of the first level of the pits. So
yeah, Pro Mods are all around the outside.
Go get a look at them with the body up or the body off, and see what little it looks like is there. Well, there is a lot there.
There's a lot there.
Once you flip the body up,
you're like, that's it.
there's a little bit of pipe.
It's an engine and a seat with some 4 wheels attached to it. That's about what it seems like, and it's basically what it is.
And you're straddling the driveline on that car, so your feet are straddling the bell housing.
Yep.
Of the transmission.
Yep.
And yet, you know what? Safety record's great. Of course, all the safety equipment that's on the cars are designed to protect that.
To protect that by the fine people at Stroud Safety, a proud sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. The amount of people they have saved.
Saved? Oh,
countless. Countless people. There are drivers here who will tell you that Stroud Safety has saved my life. And Stroud Safety, they do fine work. The Cunningham family does. Stroud Safety, remember, safety users are never losers. There we go.
And Made in America.
Indeed, made in America.
Just west of here. Well, a little bit west of here. A
Little
little
bit.
more than a little, but not
Yeah,
far.
Not far
Oklahoma,
from here.
right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so our crew getting to work here. The wonderful Samuel Peterson has made this track great, and you'll make it great once more. Again, free pit passes, so go on in there. Grab yourself a T-shirt. I know Kelly Mills has an awesome T-shirt over there. She'll be in for round number one of of eliminations coming up here after this. All right, so track coming out. I think that's the first time I've seen Rod Moore oiled on a track in a long time. I think the last time I saw Rod Moore even break was when the whiskey barrel went kaput. Well, you ever seen the Antonio Banderas Zorro film from like the mid-2000s, early 1999?
I think I missed that one.
Well, the end of it, basically, they have these barrels full of dynamite, and this whole train just goes pew. And it was like that, except it was a barrel full of whiskey. Because it was supposed to be a barrel full of whiskey, but it had dynamite in it. Bam! And that's what it looked like, man. With the nitrous explosion going on there. So the 5 people here at Flying H, they put a little other racing there on...
This is Junior.
I know the racers hate it when that happens too, because that's the last thing they want to do. They're always super apologetic and upset that it happened, and it's usually some 50-cent part or $5 fitting that cracked or come loose or
it's
an O-ring or some silly little thing.
Real quick, we need Cotton Kuntz to come up to the drag tower. Cotton Kuntz, come up to the drag tower. It reminds me of a quote I saw from who was it? I think it's like an old F1 driver who said, it's never the $1 million part that breaks. It's always the 10-cent bolt that breaks. Every time.
And the price of failure is the same. The
Yeah.
price of the repair is cheaper.
Yeah, and you're still going to
you're-
pay for the $1 million
yeah.
part, but
Now my feelings are hurt.
Yeah.
My pride's busted.
yeah. Hey, speaking of that, we put that up on the Top Sportsman upset on Facebook, and we got a couple people who have said, "Hey, man, I'm guilty of this." And I'll be honest with you, I think every racer has guilty of this at least once.
100%.
Doesn't make it sting less.
Well, that's what makes you crazy about this stuff, because usually you know what your equipment will run within a couple of numbers.
Yeah.
And you go down there and let some out, dab the brakes, whatever, spot drop at the mile-an-hour cone, and it doesn't matter that I got him by that much. I should be fine, and boom, you're a half a tenth under.
Yeah.
The car does its personal best ever in the whole history of it, in the crummiest conditions, and you're left scratching your head going,
Oh man.
why do I call this fun? But you can't wait to come back and do it again.
Yeah,
Redemption. So it'll be
redemption tastes twice as sweet, right?
Yes, absolutely. So it'll be tough next time he rolls up next to anybody. He's going to have fire in his veins, I think.
I would think so. So how about this? I went took the opportunity to go talk to Jacob McNeil. And Jacob McNeil said, it's ready to go.
That's fantastic. Boy, you talk about the hard luck award. Oh, my
Dude.
gosh. Never die, never stop, whatever you want to call it, right?
To borrow a phrase, I think I said this earlier, borrow a phrase from one of the British. If you didn't have bad luck, you've had no luck at all.
Gloom, despair, and agony on me. I think that
So,
was the
for
Eeyore
those of
thing,
you who
but-
weren't with us last night, first he blew the blower off of his Pro Mod.
in the burnout,
Yep, is a beautiful Stouffer Racing Pro Mod.
Oh, my gosh.
Then-
you'll see that orange CUDA coming up here after a while.
that's gorgeous.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Then he hopped in the top dragster and the transmission blew. Then he ran the Pro Mod perfectly fine. We were all like, oh boy, here we go. They had to refit, they had to fix the blower, put it back on. Oh, hey, that pass was good enough to put you right in the middle of the pack. Awesome. Qualifying round number 2 comes through. He throws a rod. The rod, well, he says he threw every rod in the engine, by the way.
It quite looked like it.
And then it threw it, shorted an electrical system. The rod must have gone through some wiring or some sort because it shorted the electrical system, caused an electrical fire. He got to the top end, like barrel rolled out of this thing. the way Josh, our tech guy, said, he said he was butt first out of it. And Jacob McNeil was like,
I don't
got
care
out of
about,
the thing.
I'm just getting out. It don't matter how.
That's what he said. He goes, man, I just had to get out of that darn thing. So he got out of it. And so it's like, oh, yeah, so now you have no block. You have to rebuild you have to just have a new engine straight up. Who knows what kind of electrical gremlins you got to do there. You have a busted transmission. That's about the worst 4 straight passes I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh, yes, it's
And-
such good equipment too. I don't know if you'd ever know what failed. I mean, the shrapnel, the mess that was left in the pan. you couldn't have put it through any kind of shredder I've ever seen.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
you could have put it in a salt shaker. And there was pounds of it. I mean, it just absolutely unassembled itself.
And so let me see if I can find this picture. That was an engine. That was an engine. But it's so a testament, though, to the Stouffer Racing team.
Oh, gosh.
And Scott Palmer built that entire thing back up from
Yeah,
scratch.
they pulled a bare block out of the trailer.
Uh-huh.
And I thought, oh, they probably got a spare bullet in the trailer pulled out. Nope, bare block, built it up from nothing. Mm-hmm. Putting the pistons on the rods. Scott Palmer last night, or this morning probably, I don't know, or late last night or early this morning, putting pistons on rods, put them all together,
Yep.
drop the crank in, put it all together, and they are going to be ready. And that car is it's going to look beautiful, folks, because it'll either be against the sunset or under the lights when you see that car, and it is brilliant.
Yes.
It's going to be amazing.
And so McNeil did say that was a different engine than the one he had. He was running 63s and went to the semis in Michigan. He said this combination that you put back in there is the Michigan combination. He goes, so we kind of blessed in that the one that went bang was the backup engine, quote unquote. He goes, we thought the one in Michigan had some damage done to it, and it did. But at least we could have, at least it was available to be salvaged.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, I don't know. For all I know, maybe they had to bang sleeves in it. I don't know what they had to do to get it ready, but
Yeah,
I saw
I mean-
a video, coming out with the, two guys on the end of it, pulling the block out, put
Yep.
it all back together. Now, what an impressive thrash. Again, vitamin C, what a great color for the car. Yeah.
Hey, you know who else is happy to be in? I talked to Clay Cole earlier. Clay Cole and his car, and he said he came in via an alternate rule, right? Because one of our pro mods couldn't answer the bell. I believe it was Corey Smith, who you remember during round 3 qualifying had that flame over,
Right.
And anyway, so he came in. He said, hey, it's exactly, Kai Kelly proved this in Bradenton at the Snowbirds. You cut a light, you run your number. You can have a steel-bodied car. Are you bringing a knife to a gunfight? Yeah, objectively, yes. You cut a light, you run your number. It don't matter what the other guy does. If you just get your job done, sometimes it's all it takes.
But you bring that knife, that's razor sharp, and wield that in the right fashion, you're going to do some damage.
Yeah. Well, and like
And quick draw, my gosh, Kai Kelly on the tree has just been amazing.
002s, 002s, 003s. I mean, it's been insane.
A couple thousandths off perfect almost every pass, just knocking it down. And it just looks cool to see a car that you could see drive down the street. I mean, it's not all arrowed out and all that. It's a stock steel roof and
It's
quarter car.
factory dimensions.
Factory wheelbase, all that. And just getting that thing down at that speed in ET.
Yep.
With that shorter wheelbase, you'd think it'd be a handful, but I tell you what, he's got it mastered. He makes
He
it
does.
look easy. I know it can't be,
I
but it
always
makes it look easy.
I always say that I'm a fan of novel cars, right? I see we had a Daytona, what was it? Daytona come up last year as a bright pink, and I was like, that's a beautiful car. That's a beautiful, huge spoiler, as
Yeah,
you
big
put on.
wing on the back. Yep.
And I was like, that's a beautiful car. I love that. I love the Bad Bus when it was Pro Mod racing with us, right? That is one of those cars that is unique just because of that. It's clearly not stock, but it has the factory dimensions. And I'm like, dude, to not have the exaggerated proportions
Right.
that a lot of these Pro Mods do, which, by the way, that is why Pro Mods are as fast as they are to some degree, is because they've been maximized, arrowed out, and they're exactly the shape they are to be as fast as they can be. That's why you see a lot of Camaros, too, because the Camaro body
It is slippery.
it happens to be one of the most slippery I've ever made. But
They still have some limitations, but they're lucrative enough. They're forgiving enough that you can stretch the front end, you can droop the front end, really slick it up nice.
Yep.
I was surprised. I think it's Ron Minnick's car. I'm trying to go off memory, but it was marveled at me, and I know it's stretched a little, but it with the wrap that's on it, or the paint, whichever it is, it looks like it's 10 feet longer than what it really is to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't even. It just the visual of that, whoever designed the graphics was a genius.
Oh, yeah, the Purple Heart, yeah.
Yes, no, it's just such a cool looking scheme, and then it just makes the car look like it's 5 feet longer than every other car with the same body on it.
You know who else has a beautiful car? And I'm not just licking these windows because it's a Keith Haney racing car or because it's Murder Nova, but that color of blue on that Camaro. If that 187's customs crew doesn't know how to dress that car up to make it look nice in the sunlight, I don't know what you can give to it, man. That's exactly. It looks beautiful.
When I first saw it, I went, and then like the second time I saw it, I'm like, oh, I really like this.
The way the sun hits it, man. That's all where it is.
It is a very unique color. I don't know what blue you would call it. I wouldn't call it sky blue because it's not.
Was it like a shock
It's
blue
not far
almost?
off your Monster, actually. But
Actually, yeah. If you take this this Monster Energy Ultra Blue Hawaiian can that I have now,
not far from that.
not
Maybe
that
a
far.
little bluer.
yeah,
but not
maybe a little bit, but
Well, let's get a hold of Monster, see if we can't work something out.
I'm sure the 187 Customs crew would be happy to hold a can of Monster Energy while talking about that beautiful Ramjet car.
I'm thinking they would be. Just send the money. Just send the check to this P.O. box.
This is the Ramjack Monster Energy
Sean
Hawaiian.
Ellington.
You could put a Hawaiian hula dancer on the front of it because it's Hawaiian blue.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Put on the dash, and it would shake the little skirt when you're up there at idle on the chip. That would be fun.
Or you could put a GoPro on the hula girl so that it's like stabilized.
So we're getting a hula girl with a
Go-
gyro on it.
Yeah, with the gyro
So it'd be-
on it, and then
And some fluid dampening something.
yeah. But then you put that like on her butt so that you attach the GoPro to it, so the GoPro just kind of floats in space there to get the best possible shot.
So, we're starved for entertainment. So I saw something that I never thought I would see in my life on America's Got Talent.
Oh, boy.
And now the hula girl thing got me going. So they had this gal that was going to break a world record. So they had Guinness there to verify all this stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
And she had to hula hoop for an hour, more than 1 hour and 1 minute. And I thought, well, that would be a stretch.
Yeah.
But I thought it was no big deal. And they kept saying that she was going to do it on her bum. And I thought that meant that she was going to do the usual, like, horizontal hula thing. No, it was vertical.
Wait,
She was, like, bouncing up and down on her knees a little bit, and that hula hoop is going this way around her bum. She did it for an hour and 15 minutes, and every time they showed it up in the corner of the screen, I just lost it. I was giggling. I don't think I've ever laughed that hard. I don't know why I thought it was so funny in my life. We're both just cracking up with this.
Let me put you in these shoes, all right? You're at dinner with your friends, and they go, well, my son turned into a nuclear physicist. He makes, $250,000 a year, controls the nation's power supply. What's your daughter do? My daughter holds the world record for hula hooping with her butt at an hour and 15 minutes. That's really great, Eric.
I can't believe it even works, right? It like defies gravity, first off. It's just, and when it started, I was just like, what am I seeing? Because hula hoops go this way. They don't go this way.
I think they go whatever way they want them
Unless
to.
you just like fling them and they go rolling down the track, right? That's one thing. Oh my God, I laughed so hard. So
Oh,
maybe
man.
we could get a little pink one and glue it on the hula girl, so it would at least be reminiscent of.
There you
some
go.
kind of
Yeah,
world record.
exactly. The 187 Customs crew, if you guys are listening, we have plenty of great ideas for sponsorships. Monster Energy to hula hoop girls to. Wow.
Man, and we're just getting started.
Oh yeah,
Wait till we get slap happy in a couple more hours.
right. We're drinking a lot of caffeine now, and the
Buddy,
caffeine
I'm
will
telling you
come
what.
back down.
Power adders are out in the tower.
But who else has a car? I think people might be sleeping on him today. I think that's Keith Goolsby. Goolsby has run some numbers today. The Black Pearl, that black and red Camaro, working taillights, by the way, beautiful. I think he's consistent enough. I think Ron Minnick said earlier during an interview that you could see at the Midwest Drag Racing Series Facebook page, this is a tuner's nightmare kind of weather.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
And he goes, and it gives me great Great pride to be able to say that I have Jeff Pierce tuning because, I mean, if you want a tuner nightmare, he'll figure out some people's nightmare. But he said this is a tuner's nightmare. I think that because it's a tuner's nightmare, the tuner's objective is to get from point A to point B, then to go fast. Not just to go fast. It's like, dude, just lay down a pass at 75 and call it a day, and you're going to win a couple rounds, I think.
Give me something to work with.
And
maybe I sneak up on it if I have to.
I think Goolsby's looked good the entire time he's made runs, my man.
I think that's why these tuners, these crew chiefs, are so good with these cars because they really go out and take a look at the track. Some of them got scientific equipment. They measure the friction on the track and all that. Some of them go out, kick, scuff a shoe, come back, put whatever, and it goes right down Broadway.
Yeah.
They're brilliant.
They're brilliant. And, he was saying, I was talking to Chris Russo, and he said, this is a newer car to me. He goes, this is the DMP team. We don't have the raw data to run in this kind of weather that others may, right? Like others have run 100,000 runs at 100 different tracks in this kind of weather. We're from New Jersey. We don't quite got this. So he says, we're trying to learn, and we were very, very satisfied with the amount that we went from point A to point B. And so he said, I know some guys, like I think he pointed out Aaron Wells. Aaron Wells has a huge spreadsheet of every temperature at every track he's ever run at. I'm like,
I can imagine the databases that have been built on all this stuff, right?
Well, you see, back in 1987, I made a run at 2:35 p.m. on June the 17th out at Mocan Raceway. And so if we take the latitude and subtract the 2% of the rotation of the Earth...
It was leap year. You got to factor that in.
Well, of course, you got to factor in leap year. I mean, that goes without saying.
Oh, my gosh. It's just...
The position of the sun and the moon would dictate...
What I feel like is there's an infinite number of variables that could go in...
All right, attention. All right, attention, drivers. I would say start getting in your cars here. 5-10 minutes is what I'm hearing. 5-10 minutes. So begin the process of buckling right back in, please. Thank you, and get those suits on too, because I mean I know all y'all probably took half your suits off. I mean, I don't blame you.
Yes, I'm sure.
There are tracks down south. Tucson comes to mind. Firebird Raceway down in Phoenix. They close down for the summer, and they know that it's time to close down because they have drivers who will pass out in the staging lanes because they're sweating so much in their fire suits waiting to go. I'm like, we got our first passed out driver. That's the sign of the season, they say, in early March.
Yeah. Oh, I got an employee or two and some colleagues that live in Arizona, and I don't know how they tolerate it. I visited there in the summer. I don't ever care to go back. Ambient was like 118.
Oh, man, yeah.
And I can't believe the rental car didn't just like spontaneously combust
out in
the middle of the desert.
My uncle actually owns a house out in Nevada, and I tell you what, though, come January or February, when you're in northern Minnesota like I am, there's not much better place to be than in Nevada.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's funny because my buddy says, 90 degrees, that's sweater weather for them.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's funny because it is the most out of fish I'll feel because I will land. It'll be like 40 degrees or something, even on a chillier day. And, of course, the dancers are like the, girls who are all dressed up for the pictures on the strip or whatnot, because sometimes I'll come in before they do, and I'll just spend an hour or two on the strip, or I'll come in, and they're wearing parkas, and I'm wearing a short and T-shirt. So like, where are you from? They're like, how are you not cold? I'm like, it was negative 30 when I took off. It's literally 100 degrees hotter right now.
It is fun when you fly because you'll see people dressed every different way.
Uh-huh.
Right? You could be flying to the Antarctic, There'd be somebody with shorts and flip-flops and a tank top on, right? You're like, dude, you know it's going to be 150 below zero where we're going.
You know what's funny is we do our earliest race in early March, and that's always at Extreme Raceway Park out in Ferris, Texas, which is about an hour south of Dallas. We call it the Dallas race, right? And they early March where I live is still like we have ski resorts open. Like we're dumping snow. Sometimes I always have to plan my flights around possible blizzards. I will get off of that flight in Dallas. It'll be 70 degrees. I'll have to shed a parka. I will go to the bathroom. I will take jeans off because I will be sweating even inside and throw shorts on. And
I have slept on a cot at MSP on F Concourse right next to Caribou.
Oh, yeah.
Because when they started rattling the gates at like 5 in the morning, I was going to have them mix me the stoutest coffee they could find. Because you get dumped there at whatever, 1, 2 in the morning because there's a blizzard and it's 100 degrees below zero. You're not going anywhere.
No, I mean.
But you know what? Next morning, it's like nothing happened.
I'll give MSP this, man. They, as we talk airports now, 5-10-minute drivers, start getting your stuff back in, start getting in. We are coming real close to the end of this. I'll give MSP this. If you ever fly through Minneapolis, St. Paul, it's a nice airport, and they deal with weather. They're natural. Just God's going to give them weather in the winter. That's just you can't control that. They deal with it pretty well for as much as they get it dealt with.
I have driven back at the end of May. My first year, the snowiest, coldest, I think, year that I'd ever experienced anywhere. And was driving back south. I wasn't probably to Rochester, but somewhere headed towards that way. On the northern slopes, at the end of May, there was still snow drifts.
Oh, yeah.
As far as the eye could see. The water was open. The ice shanties and all the fishing shacks and all that stuff were off the water, but some of it was open anyway. But I'm like, oh, my gosh, it's been, spring and summer weather for a month and a half.
There are years where we do this throwdown in T-Town in Tulsa, Oklahoma in May that I go snowboarding the day before we go racing. I'm here in about 3 minutes. Drivers, if you're not in the car, now's the time to do it. I'd like to thank Central Power Systems Services. That's cpower.com. What they do, by the way, super cool. Let's pretend you run a data center. You're Google. You're on a data center. If power goes down, you are, and there's no ifs, ands, or but about it, you're hosed.
You're losing millions a minute, probably.
Unless you call Central Power Systems. One of the things they do, they back all that up. Seamless. Boom, the backup's on. You don't miss a second.
100% uptime. With diesel backup. I mean, I watched or listened to a podcast, watched a podcast that Robin Roberts did, and they were talking. It was like their technology show for the things that they do, right? The generators and the industrial equipment and all that. And it was fascinating. I learned so much about that I would have never dreamt or never would have heard of. But it was really cool in that, they engineer all that in-house. They assemble a lot of that from, yes, vendor components. But, I mean, it's a custom solution specifically designed for that.
Yeah.
It just, I get whatever, power backup and giant diesel generators. That's all really cool because there's a huge application for that. But when you get into data centers, that power has to be clean, too. You can't have surges and browns and sags and spikes and all that. You're going to blow up. And some of those data centers are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of square feet.
I was just say the power that some of those data centers takes is more than the power that it takes to power many towns around here.
I'm sure they are. Actually, I heard, and I don't know this, but I spent a fair amount of time in Virginia. I think in Northern Virginia, there's some AWS facilities there that you can actually get a tour. If I have the opportunity to do that, I'm going to do it for free. I would love to see how the sausage is made with all that, just because, I can't keep my laptop running dependably.
No.
Week in and week out. And they're running the world.
There's a reason they get paid quite a bit of money, man. There's a reason they get paid quite a bit of money to keep that running. Because think about it, too. You're like, it's Amazon, it's Google. Your bank uses Amazon and Google backups and this and that. If those data centers go down, you can't pay unless you carry cash, which I'm all for cash, but not many people do anymore, right? No, the economy comes to a halt.
Yeah, it's insane. I was thinking there was a pretty big outage of AWS a couple of years ago. They had some network issues, and it took down businesses all over the place. Random outages, just stupid stuff happening. I can't get here, but I can get there. Well, that doesn't make any sense because those are right next to each other. Nope, sorry, doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
So I don't know. It's and I know a lot of that data too. Like of course it's all at risk. So but it's highly protected. But I think they scatter that data all over the place too. So if you pull up whatever record you're going to pull up or database, some of that data might be in Virginia, some of it might be in Nevada, some of it might be halfway around the globe. So and somehow or the other, all that magic behind the curtain pulls all those pieces together, and voila, there's my document. Pretty cool. Looks like the blower's coming off. Looks like we're putting a little sticky spray down. I imagine we'll probably run the tractor down over the spray. We've been doing that all weekend. We'll see what Sam's judgment call is on that. And we'll be ready to make noise. Because I don't like a quiet racetrack. 2 racetracks I don't like. The only 2 kinds. Quiet and wet. Because neither one of those are good. Interestingly enough, as sticky as that racetrack is, it will pull your shoes off. I've seen a few people lose them out there, even tied up pretty tight. You get a few drops of water on it, it turns into something slicker than ice.
It actually does, yeah. It's a
crazy how fast it's like Jekyll and Hyde. Oh, it's pulling my shoes off. Oops, I'm laying on the ground. I've seen people, that's all the pit bikes, the mini bikes, the scooters, all the equipment, all the wheeled equipment that goes out on the track. Never, ever put it in the path of any kind of a spill because you're going to spin out, fall down, hit your head, whatever.
Yeah,
Something bad's going to happen.
one of the worst injuries we've ever had to a Midwest staffer was almost always comes off after a crash. And one of the bikes comes down, hits an oil patch, and
yeah, you're down.
There are some times where our first responders are hurt more than the drivers because of oil patches.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, a few raindrops, just plain water, a few raindrops. Worse than that, coolant. Most classes we don't allow antifreeze in the cars. Antifreeze is extremely difficult to clean up. And it's 5 times slicker than any other liquid when you throw it on that track prep.
And by the way, water on this adhesive, the track bike compound, I believe this is a PJ1 track, but on this, when water interacts with that, it becomes a surfactant. Think like a dishwashing detergent.
That's what it feels like too.
And so it's not just, oh, you're racing on a wet track, which is the same as a wet road. No. It's like you took Dawn dishwashing soap, rubbed it all over the track, and then said, have at it.
Yes.
And here's a slick tire, by the way, that has no grooves.
Like Jello wrestling out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why at the slightest hint of moisture we don't. Whereas like somebody like NASCAR who doesn't race in the rain, but if it sprinkles a little bit, they're like, no, we can't do that because NASCAR, at least before they put PJ1 on some of their tracks a couple of years ago, NASCAR is like, well, this is still a rubbery track surface that doesn't have adhesive. It's just wet.
Right. No, it is amazing. And then, even like we run stock street cars, and if they come up cold, when they leave the line, tailpipe piddles water on the track.
Yep.
And we wear our track crew out mopping up that water because the next car is going to just blow the tires away if there's any of that left on the track. So the sun out helps a ton because you hit it with a mop, it'll flash dry, and it's all good.
Attention. Pro 420, if you guys aren't in the lanes, we need you in the lanes. Pro 420, if you guys aren't in the lanes, we need you in the lanes. Attention, Stroud Safety Pro Mods to the lanes. Stroud Safety Pro Mods to the back of the lanes preparing, please.
crescendo of race cars.
Yes.
So,
Hey.
door cars pretty fast. Top dragster, faster.
Faster.
Pro 420. Second fastest probably door cars on the property, and then Pro Mod funny car. That's the big end of the crescendo.
The big end of the crescendo, indeed.
You will hear them. You will feel them.
This is Michaela Mickey, Bryce Mickey's sister, racing out of Troy, Missouri, right here, going up against Jacob McNeil. Jacob McNeil has had, the freaking weekend to end all weekends, but it's good to see the top dragster back. 4.5 seconds his dial. Now, previously, this dragster was up alongside this wall, the far wall, close wall to you in the stands, going, oh man, we got a transmission that's blown. He says, nope, I got it. We got it fixed. Great job there by the Palmer Racing crew. Got the engine back on, slap the MTs on it, and let's get ready to rock and roll. We are all the way staged up. We see one green light. We see another green light, and we are off. First across is going to be by a mile, Jacob McNeil. Margin of victory, 0.2 of a second, 60 feet for the rail car. Jacob McNeil is the first across. Michaela Mickey broke out trying to get there, but she wasn't going to be the first across the line anyway. So McNeil gets Michaela Mickey after Mickey sits at the light. Half a second.
Yes.
Half a second doesn't sound like a lot until you get here, and then it's brutal.
I don't know.
All right. So Epper Jesse on the left-hand side is going to be leading first by 1/4 of a second. And looks like Epper Jesse's flipping it off. Got a small weight. Make a quick check of some settings in the Porter Tree timing system here. Be down just for about 2 minutes here. Our in-house Porter Tree expert, Blake Housley, headed up here to the tower to take a look. Yes, Blake Housley, of course, a Pro Mod driver himself. I'll tell you what, multi-talented individual. He is. Build them, drive them, run the racetrack, anything to do with it. He was on, don't forget, too, he was on the 30 under 30. Yeah, 30 under 30. He was, on the tractor out here scraping. Yeah, track prep, all that. Yeah. So Jordan Epper Jesse here on the left-hand side, she sits in the points. As we take a look at where she is in the Icon Forge Pistons Race Star Wheels top dragster. She sits, I believe, let's take a look, 1, 2, 3rd in the points after going deep and Martin. Kansas City, the halfway point of the Midwest Drag Racing Series schedule. We'll be back later this year. She sits behind Youngblood and Katie Laughter. And so we are ready to rock and roll. Epper Jesse, Keith Youngblood, the number 1, the number 3 point sitter, side by side. This could be a championship. Two great cross line. Is it going to be Epper Jesse? No, it's going to be Youngblood. Youngblood takes it. Epper Jesse breaks out by 100th of a second. And so Youngblood is going to put at least another 20 points ahead of Jordan Epper Jesse in the standings.
Uh-huh. He was dead 4, I think. It flashed off my screen already. So dead on the dial with a 4.
That's a tough run. So look at this. That was the number 1, number 3 points matchup for a win. So the number 1 put another 20 points on Jordan Epper Jesse, number 3. Epper Jesse, the reigning champion, by the way. Here's John Biaggi on the left-hand side. On the right side, Robbie Gear. Robbie Gear, in the 2013 Mullis Dragster out of Pleasant Hill. Again, Pro Mods to the back of the lanes for pairings. Pro Mods to the back of the lanes for pairing. Pro Mod Slammers, get ready.
Both of these cars nitrous assisted. You saw the purge there. Right lane will leave first by 32. So 3/10. A little more than half a bulb on the tree. Gear will be out front. Biaggi will chase.
Here we go.
Oh,
look at
Biaggi. That was nice.
That was a wheel stand and another wheel stand on top of it. He gets a win light. Breakout for Robbie Gear, 428 and a 7, 3,000 or
James Bond
13,000 too quick, yeah.
007.
And so Biaggi with a 407 and 176 mile an hour. Runs just a bit off, but that 007 on the tree really got the job done as we move to Brad Basgal and Terry Long. It's Terry Long. Sponsored by Lang Motorsports and Danny Nelson Racecraft, as well as Sunset Performance Engines for awesome power. Abruzzi Transmission, Mark at JRI Shocks, Featherlight Batteries, Matt Bell at Redline Motorsports, and of course Brandon Long for helping tune. His personal best, a 382 at 190. Man. You know, his personal best, like I said, 382 at 191. Look at his best this weekend. A 383 at 190.
Yes. Right there.
He's right there, man. He's dialed in, by the way, to a 385, so he's right up there finding some speed. Here's Brad Basgal out of Hayes, Kansas. Here we go. Nine too soon. As Brad Basgal is going to take the win light automatically. He broke out too, but that's fine. He ran a 413 against a 415 dial-in, and it doesn't matter because Terry Long did the foul first. First or worse. What that means is if you foul at the starting line, overrides a breakout. And if they both foul at the starting line or they both foul at the end of the track, then that means, hey, whoever did it by the larger margin loses.
The worst offender.
Yep, the worst offender loses.
Who's redder or who's further under?
Yes. Here's Katie Laughter out of Noble, Oklahoma. One of our racers from the great state down south of here. Well, like a little southwest. Go through Joplin to get there.
LS powered smooth one with a couple hair dryers.
It's a beauty, ain't it? She swapped up the turbos because bigger is always better.
Bigger is absolutely better.
Last year.
It takes these cars don't weigh much, but it takes a lot of power to go 418.
Yeah, it does.
That's getting it done.
It takes even more power to go 391
and do it
for
with
Randy Smith.
327 cubic inches
I know,
versus
right?
a 632 with a bunch of nitrous or whatever you got.
Right?
Yeah, no,
Hey, Joe, Randy Smith out of Kansas City. Hometown racer here. Get ready to rock and roll. Cross the line, Katie Laughter. First to, no. Randy Smith gets it. Hold on, let me see. Katie Laughter dead with the 3. Randy Smith dead with the 5. So a whole shot victory for Randy Smith. Won by like a foot.
I noticed that left wheel was not really rotating until about 200 feet out. No big wheel stand, but it must be
Just a little bit.
Tim Knight coming up here in the NSK lane, the right-hand lane, Harrisonville, Missouri, the 2020 Spitzer.
And attention to the bits, Stroud Safety Pro Mods and Pro Mod Slammers. We need you in the lanes. Stroud Safety Pro Mods and Pro Mod Slammers to the lanes.
White down to 440, so he'll lead first. Harrington in 11. Double
White.
boy, I'll tell you what, they are hammering the tree tonight.
They are.
Hammering it a little too much, too big a hammer.
They're sitting there going, man, we got to cut down a light, and if we don't cut down this light, it's going to be bad. They're all up on the line. Here's John Medlin on the left-hand side. Who do we got on the right side?
On the right side, Coral Park, Kansas.
He'll be the first.
Here, Auto Kansas. Kansas on Kansas, Dragster on Dragster. Speed on speed.
Last night, Kansas and Kansas fought this hard was the last Sunflower Showdown. First lead by 2/10 and change of a second. Mark Grammy on the right side. He's down into a 4:25, so the fastest John Medlin will lead second. Wait for the stage on up. And both of them locals here, so neither of them sitting anywhere on the points right now. As, again, Youngblood and Katie Laughter and Jordan Epperjess are your top 3, and Jacob McNeil would make round out your top 4 of the top dragsters. Three forward. You know, sometimes these wheels, if you're not the right height, the beam can actually go straight through them.
Yes.
In and on.
You had a couple instances of that today with the beams.
Here we go. All the way staged up, you're going to see the difference. Across the line, it's going to be a win live for Mark Grammy, a 4:25 and a 6. 007 on the tree. Dead on with the 6. That is, let me do my math, a 13 package, and that is a really
Medlin's going to be disappointed because he was dead on as well. I think with 3 is probably the screen a little faster.
Yeah,
No,
man.
I think I'm a little slow.
well, both things can be true, too.
Yes.
Lloyd McClure on the right-hand side, dialed into a 4:07. 2018 JTRC Dragster. Going up against Kerry Kamler. Kamler. So Terry Kamler out of Freeburg, Illinois. You know what the high school out there is? The high school nickname out there is? I'm not sure I can say it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Look up what the mascot for the Freeburg High School are. All right. As the Flying H drag strip, top dragster comes on out here. Don't forget, folks, we are back in September as we light up the lanes here at Flying H drag strip for the fall Smackdown. There's Murder Nova coming through. Lights be going across the line. Win line for Lloyd McClure. Oh man, look at that. A whole number off for Terry Kamler. Breaks out by 100. Lloyd McClure gets it just by matter of getting it. And so that will just about do, well, we should have Pro 420 coming up. All right.
Small but mighty.
Small but mighty indeed. They weren't allowed to. When I played hockey, they weren't allowed that nickname in because it's an independent league, so they had to be the Blue Rage.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so Macy Higgins on the left-hand side, the 2016 Chevy Camaro with an 832 cubic inch motor, going up against Dave Pierce. Pierce, the leader in this class. This is Pro 420, brought to you by Imminent Transmissions, the Skyview Race Cars sponsor class as well. Proud to bring you some of the fastest indexes in the world right here, man.
These cars will leave together.
Is there a faster index than a Pro 420? It's got to be close to it.
I would think it is, yeah. Yeah, they'll leave together. They've got to get to the finish line first and not go under 420. So it's target practice with darts, I guess, at 200 miles an hour.
When you go this fast, it's really hard to hit dead on. There's so many little minute things that can change.
Some of these cars, they just repeat they print time slips.
Yeah. A lot of these are tuned down or tuned pro mods. Former pro mods are beefed up top sportsmen.
Yeah, I want to be a pro mod, or I used to be a pro mod. I don't want to work quite that hard.
We'll tell you about the former Ed Thornton car in this class later.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Yeah.
I think I know that one.
And so Dave Pierce is staged. Higgins sticks up. And so Davey Pierce going to run 419 with the 3, and Higgins going to kick himself because he would have had it with the breakout by Dave Pierce. Man, oh man. And so that'll bring us Rich Smith on the left-hand side.
One of the cooler cars in this class here in the right lane.
Indeed.
Ogden's little 420 55 Chevy that looks like really does look like a 55 Chevy.
It does. I mean,
Paint on that car.
Jessica wheels the heck out of this thing. She got sent out in the first round of Tulsa, and she talked to us. And we had a lot of fun talking to her back in Tulsa. And, it's a shame we didn't get to see her because 420 class didn't make the journey up to Michigan, but good to see her back behind the wheel. 4-8 for Jessica Ogden, a 419 and an 8 for Rich Smith. Both 3 out of 4 of our cars going a little too quick, and that tells me I think the air is a little better than they think it's going to be.
It might be. The clouds take a little bit of the heat off the track.
And that'll bring us. Attention, attention, attention. First pair of top dragsters back to the staging lanes, please. First pair of top dragster back to the staging lanes, please. I believe that was... It wasn't Youngblood, was it? No, it was the one before Youngblood. Here's Daryl Hubbard on the left-hand side. Hubbard driving the former pro mod of one Mr. Ed Thornton, and now that I mention that, you can look at that and you can go, oh yeah, that's obvious.
This body style of this car is just killer.
That is, it is.
It looks mean, especially from the front.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks like it's going to pierce right through your soul.
By the way, this Daryl Hubbard owns Ed Thornton's car too, and so the D-Bar D Racing team with Ed Thornton and Daryl Hubbard They are they they have a really stout program. They have Shane Tecklenburg who tunes both of them. And I mean, this is a car that probably had about 10,000 laps of Pro Mod on it. I kid you not.
I'm sure.
And then they built the exact same car, sent it down for Ed Thornton to tune this into 420, man. I like that. And so, they creep forward. Daryl Hubbard with a first round bye. Speaking of bye, I'll see you later, Daryl. 421 and a 7. So he sounded. Did it sound to me like he lifted a little bit near the end?
It sounded a little, yeah, maybe just a touch.
But I mean, he did come on the correct side of 420, and that was the objective, right? So, all right, and that'll bring us, I believe, to a little bit of track prep, and then Stroud Safety Pro Modified and the Pro Modified Slammers, J&A Service Funny Cars. It is just about time to go really, really, really fast. You excited, Eric?
Fast and loud. I am excited. This
yeah.
is cardio for me.
Woo!
You get 2 screw-blown Pro Mods out here side by side, open zoomies on them. It's going to rock the tower. It's going to rock the bleachers. You're going to love it.
Yes, indeed.
This is worth price of admission, what you're going to see right here. And we're just getting started.
Oh, yeah.
It's still pretty muggy. It's still pretty sticky. I just think we're still 3,300 DA, 116 grains. The air's been just icky.
Icky
all
but
day
consistent,
yesterday and all day
hasn't
today,
it?
but
It's
stayed
wild how
flat.
consistent
Yeah, maybe
it
because
is.
this thing froze. I don't know. I tap on it a little bit. Cooling off a little bit down to 82 ambient. So I think we were up low 90s earlier today. So a little bit of a break, and there was a breeze. I hope that's still comforting and cooling our fans in the stands a little bit there.
Well, at the very least, I mean, it's 82 points. It feels like 82.7, actually 82, which compared to what we thought we might be in today, actually came in a little cooler today than I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, I thought it would be really soupy. I thought we'd be swimming in this air today.
Mm-hmm.
Water doesn't burn. I don't care what kind of fire you put to it.
Nope, absolutely not. We peaked today, by the way, at right about a 4,000-foot DA. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is nuts.
Wind speed 9.8 mile an hour, gusts up to 15 to the south. And so keep in mind, I believe as the track sits, that's almost a headwind, isn't it?
I think it's a little bit of a cross.
Is it a crosswind? I'm kind of turned around here a lot of times.
You know what's odd, though, is when you're on the grounds, it kind of blows around some of the infrastructure, so it's a little hard to tell where the actual direction.
You know, in nasty crosswinds, you can actually watch these Pro Mods just because of the body style and the speeds they hit. You can see, and you can watch this if you watch Midwest Drag Racing Series here on YouTube, on Facebook. If you watch some of our other series on other channels, NHRA. If you watch, you can see where the stands end a lot of times because you can watch the wind. It doesn't transfer through the stands. They get to about the 8th mile or wherever the stands end at whatever particular track they are. The crosswind hits them. You can watch them jiggle a little right all the time.
You'll feel that turbulence driving down the interstate when you go by a semi or a semi comes by you.
Yeah.
Imagine doing that at a couple 100 mile an hour and getting a blast.
Yeah.
Across the bow.
It's always interesting to watch because especially, I called a lot of races at a track just across the state in Worldwide Technology Raceway, a.k.a. Gateway. And it had seats on both sides.
Yes.
And the way you sit as the announcer, you're over the right lane.
Yes.
And I really do mean you are directly on top of it.
Yes.
So you could watch that right lane dead on, and you'd be like, and there they go, and they'd push right just about every time because the wind would come from the left to the right out there, and it was always fun to watch.
Yeah, this isn't Kansas anymore, but Heartland Park was like that too. It's always windy, and you clear the end of the grandstands there, and it'd move. I mean, even the pro cars, they'd move them over.
It's one of those things about racing in the plains that we have to adjust to because, this isn't a statement on quality of racers out east or out west, but a lot of times they have very favorable weather for tuning, unless you're in Virginia last week.
Yes.
But a lot of times they have more favorable weather for tuning, especially those West Coast guys. A lot of times, they aren't maybe, let's say, the wide open expanses that we have where nothing can block the wind in a place like Heartland Park over in Topeka, or we used to race out in Great Bend, Kansas. and the way the wind would whip across the wheat fields out there. It's just nasty.
That was one of the things that drove us crazy with playing with the junior dragsters. Is doggone things would, the wind would affect those a fair amount, and trying to split pairs and dial those things in anyway. And then you go out there and you get a 20-mile-an-hour headwind. That whole tune-up setup's out the window.
Yeah, but
or if it dies, right? So
yeah, right.
You've got a steady headwind, right?
Yep, and then it dies, and all of a sudden you're
out
like,
there and you're like
way
5
too
numbers
quick.
under, you're
Yeah.
like, oh,
gosh, dang.
shouldn't have gapped him.
Yeah, right. But I would say that and you guys might appreciate this. You might not. You might be like, I sure wish I was somewhere where it wasn't. But this is among the hardest regions anywhere on Earth to tune a car. Is when you're in the hot, soupy summers of some of the plains and some of the Midwest here. This is a lot harder, let's say, than coastal Carolina or something like that.
Yes, yes. No, you get close to the ocean.
Yeah.
You're a couple hundred feet. I think we're, I'm not sure elevation here. 900, I think.
Yeah.
900
900 feels like 3,500, something like that.
Yes,
yeah. I would say the only other place that's more consistently like head scratching is Denver, but the Bandimere. Bandimere was ridiculously hard to tune for, just because of, you knew you were going to have problems with the density.
Yeah, I haven't raced at Bandimere. We went out to Marion, South Dakota, bracket finals one year out there. We were running, and I don't know what the elevation was, a couple 3,000 feet maybe, something like that. And we pulled our junk off the trailer because we was used to running in a river town that was, I think, 300 foot above sea level, and we'd have DA, negative DA on a nice cool fall day.
Yep.
We'd go out there on a hill, our stuff wouldn't even run. It was just pig fat. We jetted down like 10 steps just to get it to move.
Yeah.
And all the locals are laughing, and they're like, I don't know what's your problem. Like, I know what my problem is.
Yeah,
There's no air up here. I'm putting fuel in for sea level, and I got half that. So that was a lesson learned.
What's interesting too is like some of the places. That you could do the elevation just changes so much. It becomes so much harder to tune, and it's like I said, it's one of those things where like this is a region that is known to be a little tough to tune in with the soupy air. One of the areas, funny enough, it's like, hey, where else is tough to tune? Man, there's a racetrack in Alaska. Nah, no, not really. You're going to get some pretty steady sea temperature up in Alaska. Temperature back when Hilo Raceway Park was a thing was pretty. It's right here. That's actually pretty recognized as being tough to tune in.
The humidity and the temperature can just be relentless too. It's like once it turns hot here, we barely get a break.
Yeah.
Once in a while, I'll wake up in the middle of the night, and for whatever reason, the weather app will be open, and I can't go back to sleep. Holy cow, we got 400 DA out at the racetrack. I wish we were there at 3 this morning.
We almost have to run radial midnight drags just to get proper tuning weather. As we get the track prepped, and why we do this, if this is your first time at the racetrack, Pro Mods were designed to go really, 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 really fast. In fact, Mark Mickey and Outlaw Trim ran a 220-mile-an-hour pass over to the flags there that Samuel Peterson is spraying. Samuel Peterson, of course, at US 131 Motorsports Park. And they go really fast, which means that they need an extra level of grip that, let's say, our top sportsmen don't, because it's just that much of a step up. It's that much more torque. It's that much more power. You might say, oh, man, there's no prep drivers here, blah, blah, blah. Well, first off, no prep cars are tuned to grab no prep tracks. So they have significantly less torque, because that's always that's one of the biggest, if not the biggest part of the challenge, right?
Yeah, I hear those guys refer to the two that make me smile are the dirt road tune and the car wash tune.
Yeah.
Right? So you roll into a bald track, and they'll throw one of those two tunes in it and go down and still be really, really,
really
respectable.
fast.
You're like, oh my gosh, unbelievable, right?
But they're not throwing the torque down that these cars
These are the
can.
fastest door slammer cars on the planet. Suspended door cars that look like cars. We got a really great variety. So if you joined us later and didn't see qualifying earlier today, you're in for a real car show here.
Yeah. A lot of Camaros. You'll see a lot of Camaro bodies, just because that is acknowledged and accepted to be one of the probably the most aerodynamically efficient of the car body styles. Now, there are some schools of thought that say, okay, well, just generate more power. You know, you can overcome aerodynamic inefficiency. It doesn't matter as much as you may think it does, but there are other guys who are like, right, but why, if I'm building a car, why wouldn't I build a Camaro if this is what's winning?
Right. No, and the way the rules package is here with Midwest, it's, I tell you what, the parity is really, really close.
It is, and that's the beauty, is while you may see Camaros, you will see
Well, you'll see Chevelles,
Mustangs, Firebird. Exactly. You'll also see nitros, screw blowers, turbos. You know, you'll see all sorts of builds and all sorts of combinations, and we don't split them into a boost and a nitrous category. We run them all together as one, and we let them eat. And we've had nitrous champions, we've had turbo champions, we'd have blower champions.
Remind me what the bump spot was here. Did we make it to 370?
I think it was a 377. It was a 377.
Number one was 360. We had to throw out one qualifying session last night. We didn't get it finished. We had an oil down, couldn't finish, so we threw out some times that would have counted had we got all the cars down the track. Unfortunately, we weren't able to complete that round, so those all went in the dumpster.
And that's tough. That was
Oh, we were headed for some numbers, too. I think the bump spot would have been 72-3-4 had we been able to finish that round, because we still had some hitters back there in the lanes.
And it was Robin Roberts, by the way, was your number one qualifier. I want to say a 364 or 63.
Like
63, because if I'm not mistaken, Callie ran a 64. As I pull this number up, I don't have it in front of me, and I apologize.
Yes, it was Roberts, Mills, and then Ellington, right? 1, 2, 3?
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I don't have the number right in front of me. Here it is. Your number one qualifier, of course, Robin Roberts, then Callie Mills, then Sean Ellington and Jeff Rudolph. Number one, a 363, 754. 364, 365, 366 for Jeff Rudolph, and then a 368 for Robert Davis. Cole was the first guy out. Clay Cole was. He gets in because the great car of Corey Smith did not make the bell. He blew her up on the final round of qualifying. So Clay Cole slots in. He was on the bump 377.
Just incredible. And really, any of those cars in that small of a spread could move dramatically if they get it just right.
Yeah, well,
I mean, if you miss it by that much, you might be 3, 4, 5 hundreds off. But, I mean, one tweak, one twist, one more click of the keyboard, and you're right there.
Keep in mind, too, when we had our lowest ever bump spot in the history of the Midwest Drag Racing Series, and one of the lowest in the history of pro modified racing in Michigan just a few weeks ago. And I kid you not, that qualifying session made waves. That was, when I say that was one of the best, if not the best qualifying session in the history of this class, I'm not kidding you. But anyway, the spread on that field was very comparable to the spread of the field today. This is just, Michigan was 58 degrees with no humidity. We're 88 degrees. Yeah, exactly. This spread is just about as tight as there, I think within a couple numbers. And so you're going to see some, that tells me, though, that this is still a stout field. The atmosphere just
super competitive.
Is given what it's given, right?
You can pick up 2, 3, 4 numbers on the tree, and other opponent misses it by a little bit. Could see some upsets here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go to the ladder and say, "Hey, I'm going to take everybody that's on the top of the ladder." Well, you could.
You could.
I'm just not sure you're going to be a winner,
Yeah, well,
which is why I don't gamble. I would need my consultant to school me up on sports betting.
All right, so Pro Mod coming up next. Corey wants to know, can we see a 350? I don't think you're going to see a 350 this round. I think when it comes to the semis, you will see a 359 before this evening is done. We saw Mickey go in the, did he go in the 50s? He went to 63 in the heat of the day, but he was in an outlaw trim. I think if you do see a 59, you're going to see it way later in the day. I don't think you're going to see one today.
It's going to have to be later.
Yeah.
Sun is starting to go down, though, so it'll take a little heat off the track. That'll tighten it up a little bit.
I will say, too,
for that.
a lot of these cars did go in the 50s just a couple weeks ago.
We had a handful of them that were tickling it at sub-9 60-foot. We had a couple that hit, 897 or something like that, but then didn't make the trip. So if we get a little tighter track here, you start seeing 60-foot times like that, it could fall. I mean, we could see those numbers go down. So we'll see what Mother Nature lets us have here. We'll take whatever she brings, but can we have 72 with low humidity? I'd take that. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I
mean, whatever, 50-something is good too, but then we're going to have to sell hoodies to all these great fans out here.
Yeah,
so.
right. 72, I mean, I think you're going to see plenty of mid-60s passes here. I think if you can consistently run 7-0 or better, even if it's a 69 or a 70, if you just run that every time, you're going to be in the hunt to go a lot of rounds, because the guys who are running in the 60s, the exception of a couple, this is going to be a hit or miss kind of tuner weather. You're either going to have it or you're not, and with the way this changes, this is going to be tough. So for those of you guys watching online, tell us where all you're from, where you're watching from. Love to hear where all y'all are coming in.
Let's see if we have some international viewers again. Got some yesterday, halfway around the globe.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually tomorrow.
Today.
Yesterday.
My mind hurts
Wait,
here.
What?
My brain hurts.
We had to jump on to the Google machine to see what time it was, and it was 12:10 tomorrow, essentially, halfway around the world.
Let me see. We have Omaha, Nebraska, Cisco, Texas, Tampa, Florida, Mid-Michigan, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hey, Cody. Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Way
There
up
you
from
go.
Yeah. You got Newburgh, Missouri, Queensland, Australia, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Jamie Andian from Australia. We have Prattville, Alabama from Monty. Love that. Dallas, Baltimore, Maryland. Well, this crazy woman with an E says she's watching from the tower at Flying H Drag Strip. Where is she?
That's fantastic.
I think Ellen, I think there's a woman who's stalking me.
Yeah, it is. And you know what's really funny is because I posted it as Midwest a minute ago and I had to delete it and go back.
I had to delete it and go back. I have put so many things as Midwest. It's like, oh, nope, that should be Luke Carpenter talking smack, not Midwest. Oh, hey, Mugcats watching from GoTown, USA, Joplin, Missouri, just south of here.
There you go.
House Springs, Mo. Raleigh, Shadyside, Maryland. I like that. That's a nice town name, right? West Michigan, Moore, Oklahoma, Bruton, Alabama. Orangeburg, Kentucky. West Michigan, yeah. Delaware, South Florida. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. How about that? Whoop, whoop. Indeed. Many of our racers are from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, for the record. Youngstown, Ohio. Table Rock. Alan Minix is watching from Table Rock Lake. That lucky son of a gun.
All right, well, now I'm jealous.
Is that Ron's brother? I think it is. Fort Collins, Colorado. Damascus, Maryland. Phoenix. Richard watching from London, England. Bean Blossom, Indiana. How about that?
Have not heard of that one.
San Antonio, Texas. New Jersey. San Antonio. Barron's watching from the planet Jupiter. Well,
What's the turn time on that communication? That take a little while.
I'm not sure. All I know is that I got sent there as a child, and I certainly did get more stupider.
Yeah.
There's a black funny car. Stand next to the black funny car. You'll know it when you see it. Yeah.
Yes.
It's coming out
After Pro Mod.
Stay down there, black funny car. Yep.
Oh,
All
this bear's
right.
coming out right out of the gate.
Yes, sir. I got to say, my uncle came here. This is his second or third drag race he's been to, all with Midwest. And I said, hey, we have an A-Fuel car here. You should probably go stand next to it. He's like, oh, I stand next to Pro Mod. So I'm like, yeah, it's the same. It's just a little different. Hey, all right, let's get rocking and rolling, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds to light up the lanes here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Summer Smackdown brought to you by Central Power Solutions. for a Smackdown indeed. Chris Russo on the left-hand side, coming to us from Cedar Grove, New Jersey. We talked to him earlier. And Russo said, hey, you know, some guys here, they have all this experience in running in hot weather. Others, like me, I'm from New Jersey. He goes, we don't have as much data, and also, you know, we just don't have as much experience with the car. He goes, I know we're racing Haney. Haney's got a big program. He's got a small body, but he's got a big program, he says.
Oh, baby. The hits just keep coming.
Yeah, you can find that interview on our Facebook page. But he says, you know, it's going up against Keith is always a pleasure, and the Black Mamba knows how to let him rip. As the Mamba creeps up. Time for Haney to stage. Heads up racing. Oh, Russo runs, rolls the beams. And Haney runs a 3.801. Russo, on the other hand.
Transmission brake said, not today.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it's a hard way to go out.
He was really consistent all weekend, and Haney left the door open with the 380. I think that was a beatable time, especially considering that Russo previously had run 69, 71, 70s in testing. I was excited to see what Chris Russo would have done, but unfortunately, Trans Brake said,
Nope,
sometime,
today.
in the words of Corey Smith earlier today to me, he goes, that's drag racing, baby. If it was easy, not everyone would do it.
Everybody would do
Yeah.
it, yeah.
All right, and that brings us to a teammate battle right here. Ron Minix on the right-hand side, the Jeff Pierce tuned machine. On the left-hand side, Kai Kelly, teammate of Ron. Also, the Jeff Pierce tuned machine. Also, this is the former Dave Pierce Pro Mod with a different frame, and changed the frame out a little bit, changed the body out a little bit, or no, put some metal in it. But this is a partially metal Pro Mod here. Kai Kelly, Ron Minix, right here. It's Street Outlaw versus 2020 Midwest Drag Racing Series champion. Both Jeff Pierce tuned cars, and this is going to be. I mean, when you say Smackdown,
Smackdown right
this
here.
is a Smackdown. Yeah. I had this one circled in my little notebook here. 368 for Ron Minix, his previous run. 369, the previous run for Kai Kelly. Let me know who you have. Minix, Kelly, who do you got? As Minix will make his way up to the line.
Kelly's in.
And so is King Ron. Green light. Hauling the mail. Kai Kelly across the line. It's going to be Ron Minix with the 369 and a 4. He got him on the first 60. Look at that. Identical 330s. 247 and a 2. Identical at the 330. The 660 was separated by 3 thousandths. Margin of victory, 100th of a second, a.k.a. 3 feet. 369 and a 1 for Kai Kelly. Ron Minix, a 369 and a 4. 3 thousandths the separation on the ET, but it's a whole shot victory for Ron Minix.
Whole shot for Minix.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you think there's any collusion, that was a drag race right there, baby.
Smackdown, throwdown right there, folks.
Oh, my gosh.
No team orders in that pair.
I'm just, look at the 330 mark. Identical, 247 and a 2. I cannot believe that.
Wow, it's a great match up here, too. Giuliano laying some smoke down in the right lane. 67 Mustang.
Good. Yeah, Stat Guy is right on when he says what a race that was, man. Goodness gracious.
Robin Roberts laying it down in the left lane. The 68 Firebird.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, this
It's a monster matchup here.
Firebird versus Mustang, baby. Robin Roberts, your number 1 qualifier. Chris Giuliano, your number 16. The Mustang, nitrous-powered, rear Morrison engine. And look at the nitrous perch. Again, shorthand for the atmospheric conditions. It's nice and short. You take that last night during round 2 of qualifying. That's up eye level with us here on the second floor. Not so much right now. Take a look at what Robin Roberts has got going for him. A 363 and a 7 he ran during probably the hottest part of the day today.
But that car was straight. It was on rails.
Straight as an arrow. So Giuliano, the David, the Goliath, Robin Roberts, the 16, the 1. Does he have a nitrous-powered slingshot? We'll take a look. A Firebird.
You'd think this air might favor the nitrous combination.
I
just
was
a little
about
bit,
to say,
but he
I
is
think it
slugging
might.
From behind. So, although the screen tells me he went 156, so that's...
I don't think that's right. Here we go. Hole in the mail. Look at the wheel stand from Giuliano across the line. A 373 at 198. A 66 for Robin Roberts. Got him on the tree. Look at that, an 05 to a 17. A tenth of a second.
Carrying the front wheels almost to the mile-an-hour cone down there. Stayed with it. Forced his will on it down through there to a 373.
So that is a 3.73 second pass. And I mean, goodness gracious, what a run that was. That was a run and a half, to be honest with you.
It kind of took the long way.
Yeah, he did.
And I'm sure he lost a little bit with the front end of the air, but I'm telling you what, it looks like that would be more fun than the proverbial barrel of monkeys.
Oh, yeah. What a set of racing that was.
Whew. Boy,
I mean,
look at this
Giuliano
matchup.
won it. You think Giuliano didn't want it? Giuliano won it.
He was after it. Brandon Snyder left lane in the Corvette. Ed Thornton right lane. These cars,
Yeah.
they're best ETs here within 3 thou.
We love that.
This should be a really good matchup right here.
Mm-hmm. So Ed Thornton, Mr. Mile an Hour. Talked to Shane T earlier, tuner extraordinaire for D-Bar-D Racing. He said, this car hasn't been giving me what I want for years, and now we're finally starting to get it. Funny car to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes, please. Funny car to the lanes. But he said, now we're finally starting to see what we thought we could get all along. We called in the help of Jeff Pierce, Jeff Holloway, the Jeffs, he said. 2 guys named Jeff. And Ed Thornton, as capable as a driver as you're going to find, feels like he may have a little something, something. Now, he ran an 88 in the last run, and the reason for that was, let me take a look here. He sent me a text here, Shane T did. Yeah. He says it blew off of valve diaphragms and ruptured, had about 4.4 atmospheres instead of 5.4. Lost about, 800 horsepower. Here we go. On the chip, let him rip. Is Ed gonna get it? No, he's gonna pull a 70 and a 2, a 69 for Brandon Snyder. You're seeing stout times left, right, and center. This is a great round of eliminations. It's surprising. This is surprising me at how stout some of these runs are going.
Boy, I mean, 009 for left lane there on the RT.
I mean, goodness gracious. I'm curious as to what the track temp is right now, aren't you?
I am too.
Because, I mean,
The sun's back on it now, but it's a low angle.
It's a low angle.
It's creating a killer glare for us up here.
I know,
though.
right? We're in sauna territory right
Yes,
now.
we are.
This is usually a great place to sit, but like when it hits it just right,
Yeah.
happens in
Give
every
us about a half hour, we'll be good.
Yeah. J&A service, running car to the lane. J&A service, running car to the lane.
Ooh, gets a little sideways there, gathers it back up.
And so Robert Davis will go up against Aaron Wells. Uh-oh. We have some smoke up there on the top end, but not on the track. It's on the return lane. Yeah, you can see the smoke up there, so I think we're going to shut these guys off. Yep, so we're going to shut them off. You can see up there, if you look up towards the top end on the left side of the track, that is a car that has made that corner and that appeared to catch fire. And is it extinguished or is it still putting off smoke? I can't quite tell. I think it might be getting close to extinguished. We're going to extinguish that. First things first.
I see a little light smoke still.
Yeah. But
Fire and safety's on the scene.
the good news is that it is not on the racing surface. So once it's out and we make sure everyone's safe, which is usually the quickest 2 steps, we should be good to send the cars again. But, I mean, never good to see a fire. I'm wondering who that is, to be honest with you. Yeah, you get. Let me see. I'm going to take a look at these binoculars and see if
Eyes than me.
my younger eyes can, yeah. What am I seeing? I'm seeing a. Well, who's it? So I'm like poring over my notes here. After Aaron Wells and Davis just went, I don't know. I don't think it's Snyder. Is it Thornton? No, Thornton's getting pushed back. Is that Brandon Snyder? All right, so the fire is out. And so we will be back to racing here. I'm not saying it is Brandon Snyder, but I see Ed Thornton getting pushed back, and so my mind goes, well, the likelihood it's one of those 2 cars is high. I see
Process of elimination.
Yeah, but that doesn't guarantee it per se, right?
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, that's a tough break for whoever that is. I'll tell you that. I mean, we never want to see fire. We never want to see fire. Fire is the worst enemy of a racetrack.
It is. Nope.
Very few things.
The 2 things I think I'm scared of. One is fire.
Mm-hmm.
The other's drowning. So like opposite day. But
Well, can't blame you for that though.
no, I've had a few experiences younger days with folks and fire, and it changes you
It does.
when you see someone.
And you know,
disfigured or
a
whatever
testament
like
to
that.
safety, by the way, because fire safety, along with everyone else, along with everything else, has gotten so much better over the years, hasn't it?
Well, these cars are all equipped with onboard fire suppression, so they can pull the handle, dump 20 pounds of fire extinguish or fire retardant material in the car, and then we
Indeed.
have Fireball on the truck down there too, which is like wet water.
Yeah.
It makes water wetter. But you either have to take away the oxygen, the fuel, or the temperature. Take one of those out of the triangle, fire can't burn.
Mm-hmm.
So water is the most likely preferred in most racing situations, because that takes the heat away pretty quick.
So here, on the right-hand side, on the right side is Robert Davis. On the left side is going to be Aaron Wells. Wells, 3.70 and an 8, his previous best. Davis out of Cantonment, Florida, his previous best, going to be a 368 and a 2. He ran that in Q2 earlier today. Normally that's a last night pass, but that's not how it works
That was
this weekend.
Pretty good hit for today.
Indeed.
Especially with the air and the weather we've had.
Indeed. It locked him into the upper half. Aaron Wells, your points leader, your championship leader, your 2019 champion. We see green lights. Aaron Wells is hauling the mail across the line. No! I thought he was going to play catch up. Robert Davis sends Aaron Wells to the trailer. He grabs a 365 in round number 1 of elimination, sending the points leader to the trailer. And now, are we going to get a new championship leader as we leave Flying H drag strip? Perhaps.
Boy, that was a
Perhaps.
spectacular pair, too. Both wheels
Wasn't
up
it?
at half track, almost in unison.
They looked
like
going
they were welded
crazy.
together.
They were going nuts. Both. And so, we have a matchup. Oh, boy.
The monster matchups just keep coming.
They do.
Oh, my.
It's so the stealing line from Dante from Clerks. I shouldn't even be here. Clay Cole is your alternate.
Boy, Clay
quali-
laying it down in the left lane.
He qualified number 17. He said, hey, man, cut a light, run your number. Sometimes all you got to do is just run a number, and you take the win. He goes, we're up against a really stout car, a Murder Nova on the right-hand side. Murder Nova, also known as Sean Ellington.
Driving Keith Haney's blue. That's a blue color we were talking about earlier.
It is. Look at it in the sun as the smoke wafts across the Missouri sky.
I didn't invite him to our party.
It's the Ram Jack Pro Mod as part of Keith Haney Racing. Big thank you to Ram Jack for sponsoring. And I've received word it was Ed Thornton that had a small puke tank fire. So I hope the word small
Is literal.
is very literal, yes. And that doesn't, Tommy Crazy, that doesn't look too bad. I'm looking at the damage right now.
No, not so bad.
Not so bad. More,
Not where you would expect it.
yeah,
though.
more bark than bike as it was in the smoke department, right? So,
Yes.
so Murder Nova, Sean Ellington, the number 187 out of Union City, Oklahoma. On the right side. On the left side, Clay Cole, the 69 Camaro. Very glad it was not worse, by the way, for Ed Thornton indeed. We're staged up. We're ready to rock and roll. Green lights. You're going to see the times of these street outlaws, and it's, wow, what a pair.
Wow.
Margin of victory, 0.06 of a second. That's 18 feet is all that separated the two at the line. Goodness gracious.
Cole with reaction time advantage. Ellington drove right around him. 366 to at 217. That is a lick for this conditions we've got today.
Indeed, and so
And it's so pretty to watch these cars that go down like that. Ellington, wheels in the air at the 500-foot mark when he gets a lockup or whatever, 500 foot down the track. All four wheels down, then on the back wheels, settles back in. Just absolutely beautiful, beautiful run.
Indeed. So the 366-2 is going to put him up in terms of this round of running, I think second quickest of round 1 of eliminations. And the hits keep coming. It's Jacob McNeil. And on the left side, Jeff Rudolph in the Ghetto Sleigh.
Ghetto Sleigh. Boy, you know, McNeil, this is the car that was the midnight thrash, the all-night thrash, maybe. This is the one that threw all the rods out yesterday. Puked the blower early, pushed all the rods out of it, pulled pieces out of the trailer, put some of them back together. Tip the cap to the crew for the never die, or whatever we want to call it. Tiny bit of smoke there.
A little puff pass is what we'll call it.
Starter taking a look, crew taking a look. Don't seem to be too concerned.
I want to see. Well, remember, this is a brand new engine build for McNeil.
Yep.
I mean, this is the engine that was running in Michigan. He said it had a little bit of damage to it, but luckily it's salvageable, and he managed to have to salvage it after last night.
I'm sure glad we got to see it again. That car is just stunning.
Isn't it?
Got the billboard Hemi graphics on the side.
He says he's not afraid of anyone.
Some vitamin C for you right there from Jacob McNeil.
He says if Jacob McNeil's going to take a win, he's going to have to earn it because they worked hard to get McNeil in right here. Staged up. It's time. And a red light for Jacob McNeil. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Well, that changes things.
That does change things. Great save there by Jeff Rudolph. We're going to have to go and make sure that we're going to have to go and replace the cones, A, and B, he crossed the center line prior to the finish line, didn't he? Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know.
Well, the finish line cone is gone.
The finish line cone is gone, so that would indicate
assuming
yes. So if he crosses the center line, that's a disqualification.
Correct.
But the track ends at the 8th, which is why we discussed this, right? Because we're like, hey, you know, if you can cross at the quarter mile, we'd rather you don't, but that's past the finish line, so the track ends at the 8th. And so, Eric, if you'll join me in a respectful moment of silence for the cones that we lost along the way. All right, that's about enough.
Yeah, that's enough.
All right.
A second of it.
Yeah, we'll get these cones put through here. And
cones have feelings?
Well, I hope not. Because I'll tell you their feelings 24/7 would be,
There's a smackdown for you.
Yeah, that was too close.
Oh, yeah. They would be numb to adrenaline if they had feelings.
Oh, man. Hey, Shane T wants to send a big thank you to the safety crew for getting the fire that happened in Ed Thornton's back end. He said, thank you to the safety crew for getting that before it was terminal and before it became any more dangerous than it needed to be. So from the D-Bar D Racing team, the big thank you to the safety crew up at the top ends and the safety crew everywhere here. Because, guys, this is a dangerous form of racing. I'm going to be straight up with you. And so to keep this as safe as it is no small task.
Yes, sir. So there it is from the race master. So Rudolph, by margin of hitting the timing device, will be disqualified. So that will put McNeil back in.
It will. And like you said, it's first or worse. And crossing the center line is a foul. Fouls are disqualifications. It's the same as if he red lit. Well, McNeil did red light too, right?
He red lit, yeah. So he was first, but crossing the center line or touching the barrier is actually a more serious
yes. Foul. Yeah, it elevates it. I was looking, I'm like, no, wait, McNeil red lit. So yeah, it elevates it above the red light, and so McNeil will have the win reinstated. And
so the best part of that whole situation is they were both able to drive out of that and make the turn safely.
I want to tip my cap to Jeff Rudolph, who won our last race.
Full there.
Yeah, that's a heck of a driving job to keep that pointed.
Well, and as much track prep as we do in the groove, when you get in the center, it's just bare cement. There's nothing there.
There's nothing there.
So you might as well be on marbles.
Yeah. Better than grass, though, looking at you. You know who you are.
Yes.
Did you watch any of War in the Woods, by the way?
I did watch War in the Woods.
I mean,
I can't believe there's even a track that has a grass median like the interstate.
Yeah.
Without the little cable catcher things like we got.
I know. It's crazy.
That's about as backwoods. It's a perfect name for that event.
Here's the thing, though, is part of me loves it in the same way that I realize, like, I don't know, the Monaco Grand Prix probably shouldn't host a race, and the Indy 500 is probably way more dangerous than any new track in IndyCar should be, or the Isle of Man is stupid, dangerous. I appreciate the War of the Woods because it's like, do we have one thing that is just a bad idea?
Yes.
And so, like we said, Racemaster says Jacob McNeil is reinstated on the win. First worst, but the center line is the worst foul. Yeah. And so, always interesting to hear these challenges of these rules because it's interesting to me that when I go, what is the ruling on that? That about 80% of the tower here goes, what is the ruling on that? And the race master goes, here's what the ruling is.
Yes, yes.
I'm like, I'm not the silly one
in
here.
that situation, I don't want to be the one that speaks
Yeah.
until I know for sure. And I felt confident that I knew, but it's not my decision, right?
Yeah.
I'm just the guy up here yakking
I'm gutted for Jeff Rudolph, though. Rudolph the Ghetto Sleigh had a strong car. He had a strong run in qualifying. He's coming off a win. I thought the sheriff might be able to double up in the heat. I thought he might be able to. Instead, he goes packing. Courtesy of Jacob McNeil.
You know, McNeil, they got a solid run there, A to B. Got something to build on. Maybe this is the turn for them. They're due. My gosh, you can only be in the trough so long.
Well, you know, he had a decent run back in Michigan. He went to the semifinals, and, I mean, you look at that and you say he's taken steps forward, you know, and I think that's what you're seeing right now. And so we're making sure the top is clear. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never been on the drag surface, these cones, cones is just a word, to be honest with you. They're not cones. If you imagine taking a Nerf ball, you make that into like a cube, or really more of a rectangular, prism.
Virtually the same material.
Yeah. And then you plant it, you stick it to the ground, you put a couple bike reflectors on it, and all it does, that's all it is. There's no technology in there because it just shoots a beam from the wall, hits the reflector, and that
registers back to the receiver.
To the receiver. So hitting them doesn't do any electrical damage. You just got to take a new block of foam and go. Thunk.
Yep, stick a new block down, pick up the confetti.
Yep.
If the reflectors shatter, it looks like tempered glass. There'll be little shards of what looks like broken glass. It's actually the plastic from the reflectors.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get that stuff all cleaned up, get all the confetti picked up, get a new block put down there.
Yeah, I like Michael going, War in the Woods is must-see, absolute insanity. And I'm like, yeah.
It is.
Yeah. It was the same weekend that we were in our last race in Michigan, and I'd be lying if I said that War in the Woods clips and highlights weren't playing in the media center.
I was toggling all over the place that weekend.
Yeah.
I was back and forth.
We played about as much of War in the Woods as we did in the NHRA that weekend. Yeah.
Boy, that track, you talk about no prep, that was like negative prep. That was really hard for a lot of them racers to get a hold of anything down there.
Yeah.
But you know what? They all stayed with it, too. I mean, it'd come out of the median in the grass, under power, rooster tails, grass and mud flying. End up in the woods, literally.
Yep.
Come out with a little yee-haw and go right back at it again.
Yeah, like I said, man, that is I want to go. Have you ever been down to Brown County at all, or no?
No, I have not.
I want to go once. I want to go once in the weekend. A lot of times it lines up with the weekend that I'm otherwise occupied, but one of these days,
that's the
man.
hard part, right?
Yeah, one of these days.
When you get in deep, it's hard to find a weekend to go somewhere else and do that.
Yeah.
And then sometimes, even if you're tired, you're like, you know what? I'll watch it on whatever.
Yeah.
I'll stream it.
Yeah, I'll stream it.
I'll put YouTube up on the TV and sit back in the recliner, get me a bowl of popcorn, and watch me some racing. It's not the same. You know, virtual is not the same as real. You can't feel, smell, all that on the TV. Not yet, anyway.
No, well, it's coming.
I'm sure it probably is. Some little, like it'd be an ink cartridge you put in to waft some nitro and tire smoke in the living room.
Millie says nothing like being there. So for the record, for those of you guys watching, Jeff Rudolph is going to be given the loss for crossing the center line. That's viewed as the worst of the two infractions. Jacob McNeil is reinstated the win. That's the J&A service funny car to the lanes. J&A service funny car to the lanes, please. If you're not there. Dennis Hagedorn, we need you to the lanes immediately. Dennis Hagedorn, we need you to the lanes immediately, please.
We're done with juniors, aren't we? We had all of our finals for juniors.
Yes. So, like I said, War in the Woods, to me, I have called a lot of bracket races, and I've called a lot of pro mod races, right? Thanks to my time here at Midwest Drag Racing Series and the tracks that I've kind of called native and home. But that kind of atmosphere I haven't been a part of. I have only been a part of briefly. And not, I've been to Yellow Belly. That was really cool. But it was just on any given Thursday night. It wasn't a War in the Woods,
Sure.
And so I'm like, that's almost like a foreign land of drag racing that I want to go see.
I know. I know. There's something about it. It's even some of this no prep stuff. And we've done some no prep events here at Flying H, and we'll scrape the track as bald as we can get it. And those boys and girls will come out full send mode and put down some ridiculous passes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the same, right? You get like backwoods country, some little honky tonk place somewhere. I mean, we're out here in the middle of nowhere, and we're relatively I don't want to say uncivilized, but undeveloped. We got a beautiful drag strip. Beautiful.
Off to the
grandstands.
right is one of the most beautiful rolling hill farms I've ever seen.
That is absolutely like
It's stunning.
Neatest
Yeah.
country view.
But, there's that, and then there's Brown County. Now, Brown County is a whole nother. It's located in what I would classify as a holler.
Wasn't there, I want to say it was in Alabama, and I haven't heard about this for years and years and years, but I was thinking that some farmer had literally like a really narrow 2-lane blacktop running through a field somewhere, and they used to gather up there and run some Saturday night drag races. I don't remember where. I don't remember the name of the doggone thing, but that was some real. That would be.
That would be fun to
without
watch.
the grass median.
Yeah.
But I mean, some of these places, these guys put these cars down. They're door handle to door handle. I mean, there's no groove like this. They're putting 2 cars down in what 1 lane would be here. So there's no room to get out of shape for a lot of that.
Yeah. So if you guys know what that is, by the way, on Facebook and YouTube, let me know. But I want to give a shout out real quick. Clay Cole, first round eliminator. He brought a knife to a gunfight. He said it in his interview with his steel body car, right? NPK. In fact, he still has NPK on the class on his number, right? Yeah. And so. And so, sorry, hey, do we see the cone blasting through there? But anyway, he said, I brought a knife to a gunfight. We're just going to, make him work for it. And I'll be darned if he didn't make Murder Nova work for it,
Yes,
baby. He had to
did.
drive around him.
He gave him all he wanted.
I'll tell you what, man. Old drag strip in Covington. David Sellers says our old driving strip here in Covington, Georgia is a trailer park now. How sad is that?
That is sad.
That is sad.
Well, it's
I would almost say better that than an Amazon warehouse, but
I think so. But the frustrating part is you can go a million miles from nowhere, put in a racetrack, and some clown will come in and build a house right next door and then complain because it's noisy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It shuts you down almost, right? It's like, wait a minute. We've been here for 50 years. That happened to my local track where I grew up when I was racing as a kid.
That farmer is called something Ray's. Roadkill went there on one of his last shows. So, yeah. And, like I said, though, it happens all the time. The enemy... Worldwide Technology Raceway, a former track of mine that I used to call home, Gateway owns a lot of the property around it. And then the ones that they don't own that they border are the gas station next to it and the landfill across from it, right?
The swamp and the landfill, yeah.
And so, like, they don't really mind, and the gas station loves the fact that there's a race right there because, that's 90% of their
fuel.
business. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
And that makes their year.
Yeah.
When the Nationals come.
But so Gateway is very blessed in that. But then I moved to a track up north in Brainerd, and the thing about Brainerd, have you been to BIR?
I have been.
Yeah,
BIR is just
it's a phenomenal facility. But Brainerd, Minnesota, is the heart of tourism country in that region. It is comparable, I would say, directly to Branson. What Branson is here, Brainerd is to there.
Yeah, what is that? 800 or 1,000 acre? I mean, it's massive.
It's about
It's like a
500
giant
acres.
campground on a lake.
Yep.
Where a drag strip
We're surrounded
popped
on 4 sides by lakes, but that means Lake Holmes, which means we have curfews. All right. We're back to Pro Mod Racing, ladies and gentlemen. George Ray's drag strip. There it is. All right, so that brings us to our next pairing. On the right-hand side, it's going to be Keith Goolsby going up against Scarlett and Callie Mills. I tell you what, Eric, I am just angry beyond belief right now that one of these two has to get sent home.
I know, that happens all the time. You get like this perfect pairing, you're like, I don't want anybody to lose. And as goofy as some of the rules are, I've yet to find a way where that could happen.
Yeah, no.
I'm not saying never. I'm just saying I don't want to see anybody go home.
No, I don't want to see either of these two. These two fighting for their first win, the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment and J&A Service, as well as Stroud Safety. Goolsby previously has ran a 376 bracket car, 76.5, 76.6, 76.1, his 3 qualifying runs. Callie Mills has been 67, 64, didn't run Q3. She locked herself in. Consistency versus quickness to the line.
Yes.
I see a lot of Mills. I can only assume it's because y'all haven't met Keith Goolsby yet. That guy is one of the nicest dudes. I swear to you. Goolsby, owner of Champion Autolist, resides to the hometown crowd right by here in Branson. All about that.
That's up beautiful.
Keith Goolsby takes the win. Keith Goolsby on to round number 2 of eliminations. Callie Mills with a tremendous run, but throws it away at the starting line. Oh my goodness.
372 for Goolsby. He'll go on to the next round.
Yeah, he'll take that.
That's one of those things where you're like, don't do that.
Don't do that. I wanted to see that as a race, man. But instead, we sat there and we got a red light for Callie. I can't think of a more upsetting way for Callie to go get sent to the trailer there. She ran a 363 and an 8. And that 3.63, by the way, was one of her quickest of the weekend, if not her quickest of the weekend.
So I went down there because Thorn's car was on fire, and I took this video. It's terrible.
Ryan Bush and John Barnett. This is Pro Mod Slammers, the undercard, as we would call it.
5-3, 530 index, 530 index. Bring them on up to 2 and 3, please. Attention in the pits. 530 index. Bring them on up to 2 and 3.
And so John Barnett and Ryan Bush coming out here. Pro Mod Slammers, these are non-qualifiers and first-round eliminations. Obviously, first-round eliminators aren't up there yet, but if you're a first-round eliminator, you get a bye in Slammers. Alrighty. Yeah, indeed. For those, it says, feels bad when you beat yourself. Indeed. For those of you wondering, 187 of Sean Ellington ran a 366 and a 2. Drove around Clay Cole. Clay Cole got the better of the 2 jumps. But old Blue, the Ramjack Keith Haney racing car, drove around him at about the 330. Here's Ryan Bush on the left side, John Barnett on the right side. 68 Camaro. Clears the pipes, clears the stroke. Ryan Bush. Yeah, that's a problem right there. And so Bush is just going to take, I want a 12-second? I'm not sure he's going to make the top end, so get the push vehicles
Probably
out
need the
there.
pusher rolling. Super Pro, attention in the pits. Super Pro, bring them up to 4 and 5. Sportsman, we need you in 6 and 7. Super Pro to 4 and 5. Sportsman to 6 and 7. Pro, I think we're down to our finals. Bring yours up a little bit of a change up here. Bring it on up to lane 8. We can put you back to back there. We'd like to get you all up here in the lane so we can keep moving, get things rolling here. So all the track classes, we should have 5:30 already on the way to 2 and 3. Super Pro to 4 and 5. Sportsman 6, 7. Pro, just bring them on up to 8. We will see you in the staging lanes. And you get one ahead of the other, one behind the other, you get all stuff.
So LeBate and Hagedorn come up here. As I take a look to the staging lanes, we get a thumbs up. Oh, yeah. Oh, I like what I see here. Feeling myself on this one. Hagedorn and LeBate. And after that, funny car.
All right, we got the signal to fire up the next pair.
Here we go. I'll tell you, man, don't undersell Mike LeBate. The Angry Bird has been kind of on a blast streak right now. I mean, he's seen better days, he's seen worse days, that's for sure. But LeBate, he's
Racers, that whole crew is nice.
nicer than snot, dude. They're so nice.
Here last year, it was 115 degrees in the shade. I was working staging lanes, and every time they came up, they tossed me an ice cold bottle of ice water. I think I drank 20 bottles. I think 10 of them came from the Angry Bird team.
Yeah.
Thank you again for that. That meant so much. Every time they come up, they had an extra one for me. That was fantastic.
There's a reason I have a big old Angry Bird sticker on my home computer, you know? By the way, the Angry Bird crushing a nitrous bottle in his claws. Look at that
See him,
bird.
the nitrous plume. Yep, we said the air gets a little better. We're going to see him a little taller. We sure do. Hagedorn there. Almost up to our level here.
Indeed.
These guys are within a couple thou of their best run here.
Indeed.
This is a really, really even matchup on paper.
On paper.
But we're going to race it.
So
Because
hey,
paper don't always play.
no, you don't race on paper, baby. You
No,
race
you
on a
don't.
drag strip. LeBate, Homes by LeBate, racing out of New Mexico. Whoa. He's still in it. Oh my gosh. That was the best 380 side-by-side drag race you're going to see, baby.
I get it.
008 on the tree, by the way, for Mike LeBate.
Good
Oh,
Lord.
man.
Yep, big bang, big fireball. Roman candles on the Hagedorn car there. LeBate will be back around for the next round.
You. Yeah. And so that should bring us up to our next class, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for J&A Service Funny Car. J&A Service Funny Car, and before it gets really loud, what do you need? What classes do you need up here as well after this?
All the track classes.
All track classes to the lanes, please. All track classes to the lanes,
530
please.
Index, Super Pro, Sportsman, and Pro. Bring them all up.
Here's Jeff Moniz and Steve Macklin on the right side. Moniz is an A-fuel car, a.k.a. that's a nitro car.
Nitro,
That's
baby.
a nitro, baby.
Get you some of that.
You're gonna hear two very different cars right now. One of them is gonna sound like almost it's in low gear. That's gonna be the nitro car. It's gonna put out a lot of torque. Meanwhile, the alcohol funny car rather of Stephen Macklin. Higher revs. Yeah, you hear that? Higher revs.
You'll notice too when people start to be on the nitro car, you'll hear the whole pitch, the anchor in that boat change. They put it in there.
Oh yes.
They load the pumps, load the can, whatever they're doing. I don't know exactly how these cars are set up because I've only seen two. I saw one Randy Meyer, saw this one. Didn't get a close-up look at it, but you will hear it change.
Oh yeah. I'll give a shout out to my Uncle Chuck down here who's getting his first nitro experience.
It's in the perfect spot.
he literally wiped tear from his eye and pointed back up at me. Oh man. There are incredible machines.
Yeah, if you can be the happiest man on the planet, nitro will make you shed a little tear.
Oh yeah.
It's a happy tear.
There's a reason why when guys like Jeff champion Macklin red lights it at 67 and a 9, it's not going to get it done because of what he did at the starting line of 375 for Jeff Moniz will give him the win. How about that? That's a tough break for Steve Macklin. As he laid down a stout run, the 67 is third fastest pass of the entire weekend
That's got to be right up there.
of for the J&A Service Top Alcohol Funny Cars.
Yeah, it was a great run for the night for the A fuel car.
Yeah.
And you could hear it just grunting down through there.
That
Like a locomotive.
Yeah, that A-Fuel car, by the way, competitive, but actually, believe it or not, our last place qualifier. That was the 1 versus the 1 versus the 6 seed, if I'm not, or 5 seed, if I'm not mistaken. And that'll bring us to Mark Billington and Kyle Smith. They should be firing up any second here.
How about that?
My Uncle Chuck comes up and goes, "You got me with the fumes, man." Kyle Smith and Mark Billington coming up here. Back to more alcohol funny car. Kyle Smith on the left-hand side. His previous runs. He's 73 and a 1. On the right side, Billington. He's 72 and a 75. Jeff Moniz, by the way, that last run was best of the weekend. And so, no, in fact, they said this is the first run out with this combination. And the Lord above said, "Let there be light."
It was good.
Indeed.
We'll rest tomorrow.
Indeed. Lord saw two funny cars staging up, and he said, "It is good. It is good." Kyle Smith, Mark Billington. By the way, how about that invocation from Brooke, by the way?
Oh,
that was awesome.
Yes. Working the racer pilots. Driver.
I don't know if when I was in that age, I'd been like, let me do the invocation. I'm 30. I still don't do the invocation in front of people because it's nerve-wracking, man.
Once I did it here, and it was...
It's a different kind of nerve-wracking.
You know what? It comes right off the heart.
Here we go. Side by side. Oh, boy. 71 and a 4 to a 71 and a 9. Mark Billington gets it. By 6 feet is all. 0.02 the margin of victory.
Great matchup right there. Oh.
So a 3.714 is less than if you're doing
3.719.
Indeed, if you're doing the numbers. 3.719.
You're mathing the math.
I am mathing the math, and that brings us to Jim Whiteley, a man who knows the black math. Jim Whiteley, 362 and a 7, only ran a Q1 basically, and I'm telling you, man, he is a stout force in the J&A Service funny car field.
Yeah, and of course, Jim Whiteley, huge supporter of the sport in general. He's got a whole fleet of race cars out there in the pits.
Every time you see a J&A Service car that is part of the Why Not Racing team, the J&A Service team, that's him and his company and his family supporting the sport of drag racing.
One of the nicest families.
They're soft-spoken, too.
Super guy, yeah. I was teasing him last year. He was out here for Smackdown, and I said, how many cars you got here, Jim? And he said, I got 4, but only got 3 drivers. And I said, well, I might need to upgrade my license. He goes, we'll strap you in that thing right now and get that done. I'm like, oh, careful what you ask for. But no, super nice guy, super family. Love having him here. Really appreciate their support.
I want to give a shout-out real quick, by the way, to Annie and Anita, Annie Whiteley and Anita Strasberg, who are watching from home right now. And a heartfelt shout-out to them as well, just from my heart to your guys' heart. Really appreciate you guys and keeping you in our thoughts. Tipping my cap to 2 of the most badass women out there. And that's a fact. As we wait for Jim Whiteley to fire up. Well, we got this car trying to get up the top end, and
Gotta get one pushed up.
yeah, got to get one pushed up there. As we give him the signal, fire it up because the push car is ready to go, or should I say the push ATV?
Yes. Well, it is interesting, too, and the way this is laid out, it works really well. So sometimes we do have to push them off to clear the top end. Once they make the loop, though, at the top end of the track, the return road all the way to the ET shack is downhill. So it's easy for the cars to push. Some of them can coast. If you drive them off, some of the sportsman classes, they can kick it up in neutral and coast all the way to the ET shack, let the water pump and the fan run, and get a little cool down time. Mm-hmm. So pretty smart the way it. We use geography to our advantage, topography, I guess, to our advantage.
Exactly. Here's Jim Whiteley. Solo pass on the right lane. He earned it, baby, by running a 62 last afternoon.
He opened the sunroof, get a little air in there.
Yeah.
Moonroof tonight, I guess.
I suppose so. The sun is setting here.
Better known as escape hatch.
That's how he has to come out.
If needed.
Yeah, if needed, he will come out during that, and that's usually how they climb out after the run, too.
After a big victory.
Oh,
slide.
Oh, yeah.
The victory slide.
As Jim Whiteley comes here at Grand Junction on the right-hand side, the Coloradan, owner of J&A Service. The J, Jim Whiteley. The A, Annie Whiteley. There you got it.
Backing him up just a little bit to get that wheel bar set just right.
Somebody here is asking what the speeds the funny cars are reaching. If they're reaching 200, are they reaching 200? I'll tell you exactly how fast they're reaching in just a second here. Some nights the funny cars are, in fact, it's not uncommon for them to be faster than the pro mods.
Boy, a beautiful run there.
Yeah. How about a 208 mile an hour?
How about that bracket funny car? 362.5 today, 362.7 yesterday. 208, though, a little more mile an hour this time.
Indeed. And so I believe that is going to oh no, we got one more. We have one more top dragster, correct? That's the rerun right here. So this is going to be Michaela Mickey. Bryce Mickey's usually piloting this. Michaela, his sister, gets behind the wheels. Why? Because, heck yeah.
Not say no to that ride.
No. Jacob McNeil on the right side will be the first to lead by 0.43 seconds. As our roamer cam comes on out there, you're seeing live feed right there. And both the cool thing here to those of you watching at home and for those of you in the stands is what you're seeing in the stands is what's being broadcast across the globe right now. What you're seeing broadcast right now is what the fans in the stands are seeing on the Jumbotron. How cool is that? Is we're getting Jim Whiteley pushed up the top end. It happens to the funny cars all the time. They don't make it up the top end.
208, we got to push them off.
Yep. I mean, that's what that's 7%
That's what gravity's
grade.
all about.
Yeah, I mean,
Incline.
that's why we do it because hey, let's pretend, heaven forbid, that Jim Whiteley had like a brakes failure or a chute failure or something. Guess what? Now he's not launching off the top end into trees.
He's scrubbing off. Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly why we do it, because we'd rather do this 100 times than have
About
somebody
30
get hurt.
yards or so. I don't know exactly the dimensions of kitty. We call it kitty litter. The beach.
Yeah, the beach.
So we got a sand pit up there. That takes a bunch of speed off, designed to pull the car down and just literally sink it in like your feet would at the beach.
It's way less safe than naturally slowing it, but it is way more safe than chucking it off the back end to the trees.
And then there's water barrels, and then there's a catch net, and then there's hay bales.
And then there's another catch net, I believe.
And then it's much sadness after that. If you go through all that stuff, now you're getting into fence and getting very close to the blacktop road. So, but you know, with all the shutdown, with all the equipment we have, all the safety equipment on the cars, we're hoping we never have to experience that.
And honestly, I think you guys have done a great job here designing it so you don't have to.
Mickey's in.
Here we go. Oh, man. A 4:07 for Michaela Mickey. McNeil red lights, and Mickey moves on. And so that's going to leave us with Eric here for the local classes. Eric, take her away.
Thank you, Luke. Give you a little break. I see Travis Cohn coming up here in the right lane. Our 5:30 index class. So this is target practice. This is one of those. Get there first. Don't go quicker than 5:30. Pretty much everything else works. Dylan Nelson, left lane. Dylan out of Odessa, Missouri, just down the street here. Travis out of Independence, the 71 Nova. He's on teeny tiny tires here, small tires. It's a great matchup right here. Big nitrous birds there from Travis. Robbie Clark helping Travis there with the tuning duties on that car, getting him lined up. He drives Peterson's, not twin to that, but also another beautiful candy red Nova from time to time. And spins the knobs on that. So they're both inching up there. Cohen's pre-staged. Nelson easing into the pre-stage. Cohen's in, he'll build a little turbo, a little boost in the left lane, bump it in. Oh, it's going to be a good old drag race here. Cohen out of the throttle, goes 5:39 on a 5:30. Cohen had him on the tree. Dylan was a little late, gave up a little bit on the starting line. He ran 5:35, so he was really close to the number, but left a little too much on the starting line. So this one, Brian Schneider has a bye run. So we'll end up now, we'll have 2 cars in this class. So right now, He's just going to break the beam, so he has no opponent. He does not have to make the run. He does have to stage the car under its own power. So he'll take the tree and back out. That'll save the equipment. So he'll be back around for the final. So he'll back on out. And Pro Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. If you're not, you're late. We need you up here, Pro. So let's bring up our Super Pro class. These are dial your own handicaps. So they've selected dial in. They've come this far here. They'll select a dial in, put it on the board, say that's my prediction. They have to get down without going under that number. And we handicap these cars on the tree such that if they left exactly together, they would arrive at the finish line exactly together. What I mean by that is the reaction time. So in this case, Matt Driscoll left lane out of Wellsville, Kansas in that beautiful dragster. Right lane, Kurt Belleville out of Buckner in that 82 Camaro. So Belleville's going to leave 1.29 seconds ahead of the dragster. So about 2.5 bulbs on the Christmas tree. Kurt Belleville's going to be driving off into that beautiful Flying 8 sunset. And Driscoll's going to let off the button and chase him down. They're both easing up there. Belleville's pre-staged, Driscoll pre-staged. They're both ease them in ever so carefully. Red, Belleville gives it away to Driscoll. Driscoll goes through 4:46 on the 4:44. So Driscoll will be back for the final in the dragster. So we have an odd number of cars here in this category as well. So this will be the single run. So he'll run down through, predicting 5:09. So he'll make that run. See how close they can get. So this is a free test run right into the final. No better way to get to the final. That's Mark Cather out of St. Charles. So all the way over by St. Louis. Came to race with us this weekend. Appreciate you. 048 on the tree. He goes through 5:09 prediction. Goes 5:09 with a 9. So he's got the number figured out. Take a few numbers out of the box there at the starting line. Get that reaction time dialed in. He's going to be mean in the final. It will be a smackdown for us in Super Pro for the final round here. This brings up our sportsman category. So this category will run to the quarter mile. Austin Cochrane in the left lane out of Topeka, 11:85. Top and top, attention to the pits, top sportsman, top dragster, bring him to the lanes, please. Top sportsman, top dragster, bring him up. JP Smith in the right lane, he's been mean all day in that Corvette. He's in, he deep staged because that helps his reaction time. The car doesn't react quickly off the line, but it rolls hard on the other end. Cochran bringing it in here in the left lane. They're both away green. Finish line says, brakes on Smith. He gets there first, 11:72. One is 69. Smith had the advantage off the starting line. Cochran went 86, 85, right there. So J.P. Smith, that's your winner for that class right there. He will be our champion in sportsman. That brings up pro. These are 8th mile cars again. Jacob Short, left lane out of Richmond, Mo. And the beautiful little 69 Nova. Almost matching twin 70 Nova in the right lane. Dustin Becker out of Adrian, Missouri. 654 the left lane. 591 right lane. So a 4-1 head start for the left lane. Right lane gets there first. 002 reaction time for Becker. Runs 596 on the 591 dial. Short goes through 659 on the 54. He was 23 on the tree. Still pretty good light, but man, 002 gives you some room to play at the other end. So Becker will be your pro eliminator champion. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need top sportsman, compressed air supercharger top sportsman. To the lanes. Icon Forge Pistons, Race Star Wheels, top dragster. We need you in the lanes. Top and top, bring them on up. So we'll give our top sportsman, top dragster cars just a little bit to get pushed up here. See them coming around the back side of the grandstands. They'll push them up here. We'll be ready to go with top and top. They should be on the way. So we'll have them back up here shortly. Congratulations to Dustin Becker, your winner in the pro category this evening. So he'll take the check back to Adrian, Missouri, and the trophy. Touch up the track just a little bit while we're bringing top and top up here. Those are both very fast categories. If you recall, the top sportsman, a couple of those are tapping on the door of the top end of the pro mod category as far as ET goes. So some nasty, nasty fast cars coming up here. So, and one just as beautiful as the next as well. I see them coming around the bend there. It's a little tight out there in the pits. We got a lot of rigs out there, so they have to be careful coming through. A lot of people out there. Once again, you are welcome to help yourself to the pits. If you got a ticket, you got a pit pass. You can go see these drivers, see the cars, pick up some merch, take a selfie, get an autograph, tell some lies, whatever. Whatever you want to do out there, have yourself some fun. You know, we got stars in the house on every category. So if you're curious at all, you know, some of these drivers, if you take the youngsters, as long as they're not under the gun to get back up here, to get back up in the lanes, if they got a minute, they'll, some of them will put your youngsters and let them sit in the car. So it's a great experience for young and old kids. Doesn't matter. See some more of our top sportsman cars moving through the pits, coming around the bend. They'll go through that nice little country drive around the weaving road behind the grandstands. Tension to the pits, tension to the pits. M&M Transmission Pro 420. Bring them on up, Pro 420. M&M Transmission Pro 420. Bring them on up to the lanes. ProMod, this is your standby call. ProMod, standby call. Pro 420. So we've got ProMod on standby. They got about 30 minutes to make the turn up here. They got some work to do between rounds. Those cars don't run easy. Obviously, they're leaning on them. So they're back there making some adjustments, some maintenance between rounds, getting them ready for the next round. Meanwhile, the sun is down, and I'm curious what we got going here. Take a look at the weather app and see if we're getting any conditions improving any here. We're still 78 degrees, 3,000 DA, so the DA's starting to creep down a little bit. Still got 114 of those pesky water grains, though. They just don't burn at all. But if that DA starts to fall, track temp starts to go down, the next round of ProMod is going to be a Smackdown round. So looking forward to that. So once again, top and top, we need you in the lanes, top and top. Bring them on up, 420. Bring them on up as well. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Pro 420. Bring them on up. We are ready for you. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 530 index, 530 index. You can roll on up to the lanes. 530 index, as soon as you can be ready and roll back up to the lanes, we'll have our final for 530 index. Bring those on up. Super Pro, same story. Super Pro final is due. So as soon as you get those at least fueled and cooled if necessary. So 530 index, bring them up. Super Pro, bring them on up. We'll get our two finals there, and we will have run our track classes to their completion after those next two pair of cars go down.
All right, so again, top sportsman, top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster, top sportsman to the lanes.
Stand by.
Attention. We need the Pro 420 brought to you by M&M Transmissions. Pro 420, we need you to the lanes, please. And we also are putting Pro Mods on standby. Standby. All right, so the top sportsman should be coming out pretty soon here. Again, we need top sportsmen in the lanes. I see top sportsmen, a lot of them up there, pairing up. We also need top dragster to the lanes. M&M Transmission Pro 420 to the lanes. M&M Transmission Pro 420 to the lanes, please. All right, so top sportsman should be rolling around here in just a second. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, M&M Transmission, Pro 420 to the lanes, please. All right, so we're just about ready to rock and or roll. Top Dragster, we're missing one or two of you. We're missing, how many are we missing? One? We're missing. All right. Okay, so let's go over the fact that we don't have Rod Moore. So Dusty Meyer is getting a first round bye. Rod Moore, the whiskey barrel on the left side. You remember him? He oiled on the track on like pass number 2 of this one. That's a frustrating get, but you
Not the way you want to go out.
no, he actually did what was a sporting move because he's a great guy. He said, hey, the guy on the right lane, he can take the win. He can move on to the next round. I'm removing myself. Unfortunately, our rule book states that you can't enter with a car that's already been entered, right? So, like, you can't. That's not in our rule book. It's explicitly said that it can't happen in our rule book. So, we have to waive that off, right? But Rod Moore tried to be like, no, take it, send it. Sure. Of course, you might ask what the damage is. Dusty Meyer here has a solo pass. Dusty Meyer would way rather have an easy win than. Then run up against, Jimmy Sakovich, I think it was. But, I don't want to put words in his mouth because he gets a 007 at a 456 against a 454 dial-in, Dusty Meyer does. I don't want to say he would rather have it. I'm sure he would actually like to be racing somebody. But at the same time, though, you can't just...
It lowers the stress level a bit. Anxiety is zero.
Well, and objectively... That's making things more difficult in an unfair manner on the guy who just earned a competition bye.
Yes.
So, all right, that'll bring us to 8-1. Tyler Wells on the left side. On the right side, that is Will Crotty. He is going to lead first by 0.7 seconds as he's dialed in a 5.05. Tyler Wells a 4.35. That's going to be 7/10 head start for the 1996 Cutlass. Tyler Wells on the left side, he is 16 and change. He's 8-1, your points leader in Top Sportsman. I said 8-1, that means he's lost one race. It was in the finals in Michigan. Since he's turned 16, since he's been available to drive a big car. Enjoy it while it lasts, because law of averages are going to state that you're going to...
The highest of highs, the lowest of lows, but ride it while you can.
But it's also a testament to, this is a kid who, the sky is the limit with this talent.
I was going to say, this kind of talent, this kind of desire, this kind of drive, with that, I mean, literally, you can do anything you want to do.
Yeah.
He's obviously got his mindset in the right place.
Yeah, well, and he said, I don't want to stop with Top Sportsman. I want to go faster. But Top Sportsman is the right step after juniors, and that's correct. Watch the car control. The correct move.
No, you got me there. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, right? Watch the car control. As he chases him down across the line, another win light.
There it is, 9-1.
200ths off the number for Tyler Wells, 04 at 158. Tyler Wells is 9-1. He bounces out Will Crotty now.
They had identical reaction times at the starting line to the foul.
There is the Pierce family. We talked a lot about the Kai Kellys and the Murder Novas who are here. Tina Pierce, let it be known, also used to roll with that crew before. for a while, too.
Yes, she sure did.
And Tina and Diamond Dave over there, they have, I would say, one of the baddest speed shops in Oklahoma, man. Like, they know their stuff. Dave does.
Oh, for sure.
He's just a hoss. And so J.J. Heber will be the first to lead by .02 seconds. Tina Pierce on the left lane. Dallas at a 4:42. J.J. Heber a 4:44.
That is less than a blink of an eye.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it is. I think a blink of an eye is 600s, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think you're going to be able to see this with your naked eye. If you can, blink at me.
2 eyes or one?
Well, 2 eyes would be a blink. One
Yes,
would be a
one
wink.
So, depends what you're feeling that day, I guess. All right, 3 quarters.
All right, here we go.
There it is.
Yeah. J.J. Heber double on 6 too quick. 0.006 of a second too fast on the tree. Down in a 4:44 would have broken out anyway. Tina Pierce is 200ths off of her dial-in number, so she runs a pretty nice package
Heber
there.
was 200 under.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, hold on. Yeah, you're right. That does. It puts Griffin against Pierce next round. So a battle of the compressed air supercharged machines.
it's just like fate, right?
Exactly.
That's what happens.
All right, on the left-hand side, that brings us the Cass car, the Cass Camaro. Compressed air supercharging, Mark Griffin. This, now, people always act, I see online people credit actually Tina Pierce with, oh, she's the first one I saw that ran compressed air supercharging. Tina Pierce got it from Mark Griffin.
There you go.
This is the guy, to be perfectly clear.
This car is just phenomenal.
There may have been maybe one before, I don't know, but like this is the first I ever heard of it. This was, as far as I know, the first ever
The
compressed
first one
air
of those
car.
I saw, I went home that night and
Yeah.
spent an hour on Google reading everything I could find
Mm-hmm.
on the CAF website.
Green light means go in a 451 and a 7 against the 456, so would have broken out, but that's all right. And that'll bring us to Top Dragster coming up next. And so this brings us to the Race Star
dragster.
Wheels. Top dragster indeed. Randy Smith and Lloyd McClure on the right-hand side. Lloyd McClure, a little nitrous purge there. As I mentioned earlier, the oxygen in the atmosphere, 21% of the air you breathe is oxygen. Nitrous oxide is N2O. That means two nitrogen atoms, one oxygen atom, 33%. So more oxygen, part of the fire triangle, needs oxygen to burn. More oxygen means more oomph in the engine. So
That's enough to burn whatever you put in there.
Yeah.
So if you don't add fuel, it will burn metal.
Oh, yeah.
It will turn metal into liquid.
A chase is a race, and the chase is on over a double breakout. 389 and a 7, and so 3,000 the breakout for Randy Smith. Lloyd McClure breaks out by 6,000. Ooh, that's a
good old race right there.
That's about as tight of a breakout as you're gonna get. You know what's funny is if you took either of them on a solo pass, they would have slowed down. But when you're side by side with someone like that, it becomes mentally really hard to let up on the gas.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I want to be. What, if you ain't first, you're last. I want to get.
Yeah, you want to be Ricky Bobby. You ain't first, you're last. Son, I was.
Even when it's wrong,
Yeah.
you know you're going to be wrong. You shouldn't take this drive.
Yep.
It's so hard to not to.
It's so hard.
Up to the game, really.
Yep.
Except with handicap, right?
Just
So-
remember Ricky Bobby. Son, you finished second. There's like 38 over the other spot. Finished third.
Yeah, no second chances here.
No.
Two go down, one goes home, one comes back.
It's a real Thunderdome of an event here. And I know what you're saying, Luke. It's been 40 years. Can't we get beyond Thunderdome? And I say no. Brad Basgal on the right side, leaving first by a 10th and 2.12 seconds. John Biaggi on the left side, dialed into a 399. And so we move forward.
It's a long wheelbase on Biaggi's car. That car just
Isn't
looks
it?
super sleek, doesn't it? I imagine it handles really well, too.
I would think
Being that
so.
long, yeah. I know some of the guys who try to run drop dragster with a 235. They're like, it's not stable.
That thing's about as stable as you're going to get, man. I'm telling you. He hikes the skirt up, doesn't he? Across the line, it's going to be a victory for Brad Basgal. Let's take a look as Biaggi just is second across the line by about 16 feet. 0.06 the margin of victory between the two.
Biaggi missed the number there just a little bit. Left lane out of DeSoto, Kansas.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful car. That car looks beautiful under the lights.
Doesn't it?
It does.
Who do we got on the right-hand side? He's an Overland Park guy.
Grammy, yeah. Overland Park. Overland Park versus DeSoto. Both Kansans.
I haven't seen this kind of Kansan on Kansan violence since, I already made that joke, didn't I?
Earlier today.
Yeah,
I think so.
since earlier today. Yeah.
That's right. It tends to be repeatable.
Those darn
So-
Kansans, they're the natural enemy of Kansans.
Okay, that's right. So right lane will leave first by just about 0.2, 0.18 seconds. And Harrington will chase. 3/4 the way in, they're in.
Oh, you hate to see that.
I do. So Mark Grammy will be back for the next round. 425 with a 1 on the 425. So he's got the handicap set on that car. Perfect.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stroud Safety Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Pro Mods to the lanes, preparing. As Michaela Mickey comes over here on the on the left side, excuse me.
And Keith Youngblood on the NSK right lane. Youngblood out of 8 of Oklahoma. He's dialed in a 401. Boy, this is close to a heads-up race. Mickey on a 406. So 5 hum the head start for Youngblood. Mickey's pre-staged. Setting the wheelie bar for Youngblood. Crew says put it in the beams.
We'll give a shout out to those of you guys watching on YouTube, on Facebook. Over 1,000 viewers right now.
Fantastic.
Here we go. Youngblood, 03 on the tree across the line, not going to do it. He's going to break out. 4 double, a thou.
By a thousandth.
1,000.
Put away the sharp objects.
He's going to go into the trailer and scream in his quiet room.
That's it.
This is called the Keith room, and you're not allowed in it. Shuts the door. Meanwhile, Michaela Mickey will move on to the next round.
420.
It's Jessica Ogden on the left-hand side driving her dad James's car. James has driven that several times throughout its life. The 55 Chevy. Batted to, of course, the 420, as is the name of the M&M Transmissions Pro 420, brought to you by Skyview Race Cars. Pro Mod Slammers to the lanes, please. Pro Mod Slammers to the lanes behind the Pro Mods, please. Thank you. Hey, as a reminder, too, I'd like to thank Central Power Systems for sponsoring this wonderful Smackdown here at Flying H Drag Strip, right outside of Kansas City. James Ogden on the left side. Previous run, a 4:18 and an 8. Sorry, that's not James, it's Jessica. It says James on my thing, and I'm like, I know it's Jessica driving.
Yeah. That's like that drag show that keeps coming up, GTO.
4:19 and a 3.
10 on the tree. That's going to be tough.
All right, attention, anyone who is out to come to the tower and get the checks. And all 5 number 1 qualifiers for Midwest classes to the tower, please, when you get a chance. Like cautions may breed cautions, so too do the sheets groweth. Daryl Hubbard on the left-hand side. Dave Pierce on the right side. Talk about one of the more quietly influential men in the drag racing circuit. Right there on the right side. Dave Pierce, founder of course, Pierce Racing. His son, Jeff Pierce, one of the baddest tuners in the game. He is the class head of the Pro 420 class. Ron Minix drives the former Purple Rain. He drives the former Purple Rain, now the Purple Heart. And of course, Dave Pierce, also, his former car is now Kai Kelly's Can't Get Right. His spider web is all over.
Yes, it is. So many connections.
So many connections. So Dave out of Claremore, Oklahoma, going up against Daryl Hubbard out of Ruidoso, New Mexico. Here in Kansas City, make the geography make sense.
Garden of the Gods at Ruidoso, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We're very close there.
Well, yeah, it's a
really interesting.
We got fireworks over here on the left-hand side, above the just above the trees. I saw just a little bit. It was like a Roman candle. Oh boy, Daryl Hubbard left and right. Ooh, avoid the cones. Goodness gracious, as Daryl Hubbard will save it and move on to round number next. He runs a 4:21. Meanwhile, Pierce breaks out at the top end with a 4:18. And that will bring up our next cars. Let's see who we got here. I I can't see beneath the tower. And I also cannot see anything on my screen, so.
I believe this looks like our Super Pro final, but I will.
It does look
confirm
like our
that
Super
in
Pro.
just one moment.
I know.
Oh, beautiful.
There we go.
Boy, I tell you what, that roving camera is beautiful, man. Way better than our view from up here. So that's Matt Driscoll, left lane on Wellsville, Kansas, the 2016 American Dragster. That car looks great under the lights. Actually, both of these look fantastic. Mark Catherine, the right lane out of St. Charles, Missouri. The St. Louis area. Glad to have him over. Right lane lead first by 0.64 seconds. And Matt will chase. And this is for all the marbles and the trophy and fame and fortune. Or gas money, I don't know. Catherine's got one ball blit. He's pre-staged. He'll wait for Matt to roll in. They're both inching forward very carefully. Oh, it's going to be a good old drag race. A foul separating them at the start. Driscoll gets there for the win. 4:46.2 on the 4:45. Cather goes through 5:10 on the 5:09. Man, that was nasty right there.
J&A Service Funny Car on standby. Child Safety Pro Modifieds to the lanes, please.
So it brings up our 5:30 index final right here. So these cars are target practice 5:30. So we got Travis Cohn in the right lane out of Independence. In the final, Brian Snyder left lane out of Jeff City. So Ford on Chevy, Mustang on Nova. Both really, really nice cars, both very capable. This is going to be a good drag race here. They're lining up Travis there. That car on small tires, so it's a walking a tight rope with that one. Big nitrous purge for Travis. Yeah, I've eaten way too many of them. So help yourself. Cohen's in, he's on the brake. Bill Luke's in the left lane. Oh, Travis gets it, 5:36.7 on the 5:30. Had him on the tree. Reaction time advantage to Travis. Snyder goes through 5:32, closer, but he had a little 87 on the tree, so gave it up on the tree. Snyder did. So Cohen, your winner. 5:30 index. Congratulations to Travis and company. Ryan, Flying Ryan, Robbie Clark, the crew on that car. Fantastic job, boys. Congratulations.
All righty, so that brings us our track. I believe we'll have a little bit of a. Whoa. Yeah, sorry about that. I believe we will have a little bit of track prep, but we also should have our top sportsman coming up right next here.
You could swing a dead cat and hit the nuclear plant, the power plant. Really? And they never had
And
lights.
so,
But I think they put them in a few years ago.
Rock Falls up in Wisconsin.
again,
I think
We need our Stroud Safety Pro Mods and our J&A Service Funny Cars to the lanes here. Stroud Safety Pro Mods, J&A Service Funny Car to the lanes, please.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
Thousands of hours building it, tuning it, perfecting it. All for the rush, the satisfaction, the win. But you don't do it alone. You never do it alone. Your family is with you. Your friends are with you. Stroud is with you. Because none of it means anything if you don't come home at the end of the day. Stroud Safety. Making faster, safer, every step of the way.
Built Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website, complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at Atomizer Fuel Components.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, toter homes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Let Flying A Motorsports custom build your next race trailer or coach to best fit your needs and budget. Proudly providing quality inventory for local and national drag racing, dirt track racing, and hot rodders alike. Visit FlyingAMotorsports.com to view current and on-order inventory.
A little bit of track spraying going down, a little bit of track prep work getting ready as the Stroud Safety Pro Mods will storm the lanes in just a few short minutes. I see the group of 8 remaining, ready to rock and roll. So round 2. All right, so we will keep on rolling as the track gets prepared and ready to rock and roll. If you have any questions, drop them in the threads here. Concerns, problems. If you have problems, my name is Damon Stanky, and you can contact me via E3 Extreme. If you don't know why that's funny, you can contact Damon Stanky via E3 Extreme. Oh man.
He's I don't know where he's shooting from, but he's usually pretty easy to spot with all the pink. Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've seen him a time or two here and there, but not as much as I thought I might. It is a little different. I'm sure he's busy all over the place.
As a reminder, guys, hit that like button. Make sure you share it. Make sure you subscribe to the Summer Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. My name on Facebook is Luke Carpenter. You can see me staring directly at directly into the camera. I'm pointing in front of a microphone. Give me a follow on Facebook and on Instagram. Why? Because, well, I like following racing. I follow racing all over the place. Call dozens of races per year. Like to keep you guys up to date on where we're going. So again, getting that track prepped, ready to rock and roll. Yeah, it is. Still 77 degrees. We're down 1 water grain, I'm being told. 29.67. Good night.
Up and down every little bit. I'm sure they're going to sneak up on him just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
The track temperature is cooled a little bit, so that'll tighten up just a little bit. That'll allow him to throw a little more out.
All right. When will we host Top Fuel is the question. Well, you already had Mayfuel earlier. There you go.
We did. Should have some fuel cars here later this summer. A limited number.
That's what I'm hearing. All right. Are we arguing about college? I think we're arguing about college football in the comments, which should surprise nobody. Kansas City is a very interesting area. It's got a tribal Jayhawk for myself to come back and see Kansas much. I'm not the bone guy in the state of Gophers.
Yeah, I can see that being nice, right? So we have my daughter is a how do I want to say this? A mixed marriage.
Okay.
So and I'll tip you off to that. So kind of another border battle, but her plate on her personal vehicle is Mizill. So
oh no,
Illini marries Tiger.
Oh no,
Settles in Missouri. So
oh no,
in the college town, very close to Columbia. So fun how that worked out. But, so whenever I see that, I go to colleges.
Yeah.
I call that a mixed marriage.
It's a mixed marriage to me. Oh, man. Getting the track nice and dragged and rotated. We're working the glue in, massaging the rubber. We're massaging the rubber, making sure that we are good to rock and roll. And so the Flying H drag strip will host the Midwest Drag Racing Series once more in late September. We will be back. Beautiful weather, great racing. September, mark your calendars for the fall Smackdown right here. It's the Midwest Drag Racing Series at Flying H. All right, so the next Smackdown at Flying H is going to be in September. As I go to the MidwestDragRacingSeries.com/schedule, we'll tell you exactly when. Pro Mods, coming up to the water box. The Smackdown will come up September 19th through 20th, right back here at Flying H Drag Strip. In the meantime, September 5th and 6th, we go to the US 131 Funny Car Nationals in Martin, Michigan. The Funny Car Nats in Martin, Michigan. One of the premier events in all of drag racing. And then don't forget as well the Ronnie Hobbs World Finals, October 18th through 19th, the Throwdown in Tulsa, T-Town. Again, loving talking to you guys as the MWDS Summer Smackdown continues. Pro Mods coming up. Intervals are on the scoreboard, and we are ready to light some fires, spin some tires, and give away some trophies.
Yeah, so fans in the stands, if you're liking this Pro Mod race today, August 15, 16, right here at Flying H Drag Strip, we've got Quarter Mile Mania. So we're bringing in Quarter Mile Mania, Quarter Mile Pro Mods. They will be close to 260 mile an hour, running all the way to the quarter mile. First time here, Quarter Mile Pro Mods.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be quite a show.
Jacob McNeil, better be lucky than good.
Right there, baby.
Never say never, baby.
Boy, Davis puts it up on nice. Driving that thing like he read it over there, right? Like, It's just
We got somebody.
vitamin C for the day.
We had somebody who was watching from Moscow, Russia, by the way.
All right.
How about that?
Well, happy Sunday. I think it's Sunday there.
Right? Yeah. So Jacob McNeil on the left lane, Robert Davis on the right lane. McNeil, you'll remember, got here because Jeff Rudolph beat him to the stripe across the center line. McNeil red-lit, got the lucky rather than good equation out of the way, and man, he said, I'll take it. We'll see what he can do. Yeah.
That's it. Got by one round, guess got to get by another one here.
And
They're inching forward, final adjustments are made. Crew walks away.
We get ready to rock and roll.
We got one light on, two.
Halfway staged up, almost 3/4 of the way, all the way staged up. Almost identical on the tree across the line, a 66 for Robert Davis. He takes the win by 30 feet, 0.1 seconds, a tenth of a second. Robert Davis moves on to the semifinals. It was Robert Davis over Jacob McNeil. And what a round that was. That was
after the thrash McNeil's been through, it's got to feel good just to get down a couple of runs and get down clean. It's not how you want to go home, of course.
well, yeah.
I want to go home with a big check, but glad to see that car go down. Love to see that car come out. Tip of the cap to those guys for all their hard work this weekend. They are going to sleep well once they get to do so.
J&A Service funny car to the lanes, please. J&A Service funny cars to the lanes, please.
Well, we got a monster matchup coming here, too. This.
All right,
this matchup right here.
Yeah.
This is a marquee matchup.
This is gonna be a barn burner right here. And so, Robin Roberts on the left side, Keith Haney on the right side, your number one qualifier, going up against the Black Mamba. Top dragster, top sportsman, stand by. Top dragster, top sportsman on standby. Top dragster, top sportsman, you guys are on standby. So Keith Haney, the last run, left the door open, but a red light advanced him at the 380 into 1 over Callie Mills. Robin Roberts out of Smithville, Missouri. In his previous run, a 366, ran a 363 earlier this morning, a 368. In testing, he is your number one qualifier by a number. This is going to be a great race. Feeling it. Haney racing out of Broken Arrow, two-time champion in the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Robin Roberts, of course, of Central Power Supply, a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. He will be driving down the lanes. 216 mile an hour number, by the way.
That's just getting it done.
That's getting it done.
660 feet. Dead stop, 216 mile an hour.
And unlike Mickey, he ain't running outlaw trim.
I'm pretty sure that when GM built that, I mean, not that Firebird, but when they made a 1968 Firebird, I don't think I had any intention that it would ever go like 200 times the mile.
Did he cross the center line? I don't know. It doesn't matter, though, because Robin Roberts, gets there first with a 365, and Roberts, goodness gracious, 365 and a 3. Haney on the right-hand side, a 397. And I think the cones are good. I see a 330. I see an 8th mile speed trap. I don't know if Haney crossed the line. It almost looked like he did, but, I mean, I'd have to check the tail of tape. But it doesn't matter.
He was out in the dust for sure.
Haney hung with it.
He drove wheels off that thing.
He tried this. He tried, man.
He
tried.
Lights out of that. Good Lord.
So here's Brandon Snyder on the right side, going up against.
Beautiful burnout. For Murder Nova. Sean Ellington in the left lane. He is laying it down in blue.
Oh yeah, he is. Ellington, by the way. I was about to say beautiful burnout, but yeah. 366 in his last run. He's run numbers before. He's your winner at XRP, the first race of the season.
Well, this pair, previous performance, they are just a tick.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not one number-ish apart here. So this is shaped up to be a good old drag race.
Somebody said Keith was trying to draft Rob. He wanted it, man. He wanted it.
I'm just glad they didn't pull the bump and run, because we don't need that.
We don't need that in no drag strip. No,
we don't
sir.
do that. No, rubbing is not racing here.
No. And so the morons in the chat will be very happy to see Blue lined up against Brandon Snyder, who, by the way, Brandon Snyder, 369, 368, 368. He's got a bracket cars in the 60s.
Just incredible, repeatable performance in that car.
It is. And Brandon Snyder's a monster, too.
Best looking body styles, too. I mean, just a classic.
Classic Corvette of the J&A service team. Oh, no.
We got parts breakage.
Parts everywhere. And Murder Nova is going to stop the car there, Brandon Brown. Oh, man.
Stop it and pull it over if you can.
He's got parts everywhere.
Scattered. I see liquid and I see. Yeah, I see liquid.
I definitely see.
Shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's broken pieces. Well, better late than never, just a reminder. If the car brakes doesn't feel right, as safely and quickly as possible, get it over the wall, and we'll come and rescue you. We've got oil probably all the way to the finish line and beyond. Shrapnel pieces. Not sure what the lumps are that came out of the car, but I'd say that parts exited stage right. And it's the worst possible kind of cleanup. It's rear end grease. So we're going to be a little bit here. I'm guessing that we'll probably have to scrape that to clean it up. I'm sure we'll scrub it, but I don't think the scrubber will do the gear oil. That typically doesn't do that. So
Pilot Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website, complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at Atomizer Fuel Components.
Stroud employees take pride in manufacturing the world's safest seatbelt. Every belt Stroud sells is cut, sewn, and assembled in our facility in Oklahoma. When we say made in the USA, we mean it. Stroud belts, now sold in 3-inch or 2-inch straps, are best when paired with our new Defender Series black laser-etched ultralight aluminum adjusters and cam lock. We all know lighter is faster, and faster is better. When you want quality and experience, reach for the belts with the big blue patch. Stroud Safety, making...
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com. What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Compressed air supercharging. Experience our advantage with cold air intake temperatures. Boost in a bottle. Instant boost. Very low air intake temperature sensor. Increase reliability. We have two systems available, 1500 horse and the 2600 horse system. More information at compressedAirSupercharging.com or info@casupercharging.com.
Built Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website, complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at AtomizerFuelComponents.com.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
Thousands of hours building it, tuning it, perfecting it. All for the rush, the satisfaction, the win. But you don't do it alone. You never do it alone. Your family is with you. Your friends are with you. Stroud is with you. Because none of it means anything if you don't come home at the end of the day. Stroud Safety. Making faster, safer, every step of the way.
Well, as we stand out here, Eric, buddy, let's take a look. What do we have here? What are we holding? Aluminum. Yeah.
Aluminium. So sacrificed some pieces to the guessing engine guy.
Got some aluminum of some sort here. Yeah, this is no bueno. Now we got a wheel bearing right there. Oh, hold on. I believe so. How about that? Mike's still working out here. This is the longest I've ever been down a drag strip where the mic still works. As we take a look, still oil coming out here. Yeah, if you're not you're gonna lose your shoe and your boot over here, man. You got it strapped on tight. Yeah, it ain't going anywhere, but I'm about to lose my shoes. No kidding. I'm about trying not to get grease all over the mic here, but or oil all over the mic. But so we passed the 330. Now I heard that the pinion. Might have shot through the there's a hole in the roof or something like that. So we're jumping out here to take We're going to look out here as the cleanup process continues. We're going to try our darndest to get this in. I'm losing it a little bit, but as long as I face the tower, I mean, I'm, about 500 feet out here? Somewhere around there. There we go. The way we wanted. Come on. The way. Come on. Starting to lose it. There, we're starting to get it back. Well, certainly not the way we wanted our Saturday night firefight to run right now. Doing our best to get this cleaned up and ready to go. Something shot up through the roof. There's a hole in the roof. Brandon Snyder's that shot up and through and out to oblivion. And they took, well, just about everything with it. And so the scrubber is out as we continue the cleanup efforts. What do we have? Oh boy. And so the part of the problem here, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you stand on this track, it'll rip your shoes off, right? In fact, it's doing that to me right now. When you drop gear oil on it, it does significantly less. In fact, I could almost slip on that. It's like it's like ice or like a wet basketball court, you know. And it's not. You can, I mean.
I figured you were probably wanting to play hockey or something down there, Luke.
Oh yeah, you know. Yeah, it's like
anyway,
ice right here.
It appeared that the drive shaft failed. That was where the sparks came from.
Yeah.
And probably then slung around in there and destroyed. Possibly they were sending pieces of it out of the off orbit.
Yeah, that's.
And drizzling oil for about 1,000 feet. So cleanup's underway. They're wiping the smallest track out at the top with some thinner and rhymes. Of course, you see the scrubber on there. First 500-600 feet up there.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit, but as I said, yeah, trying to play hockey out here, you could on this track right now. And you know, when you put down that much power on something like this, you're just asking for somebody to spin the tires, go right into the wall, and that's why we can't race and we can't send single passes down because they have to run side by side.
You kind of got to wonder too with that rapid uncoupling under full load if it didn't resize some of the rods or have some of the pistons try to swap holes. I would be surprised if there wasn't some collateral damage forward or a driveline failure, but I mean, I hate to see that for anybody, of course.
Yeah.
But good news is, you know, the containment system. So these drive shafts are enclosed, the titanium tunnel, a titanium tube with steel loops mounted on the chassis, front, rear, and off the rear axle. So it saved it from coming into the car, which could have been obviously catastrophic.
Yeah.
So that's, I think we've probably all seen an example of that at some point where drive shaft failure comes inside the car.
It's no bueno. We had a, my mistake, we had a drive shaft with the Winsley last event in Michigan. I believe we had an event with Joel Winsley, and it hit his shoulder. And I thank goodness it hit his shoulder, because if it hit another part of him, it would have done more damage.
I think that's over time how the rules have evolved too for a lot of that. The rear axle within 6 inches of the rear joint, the full 360-degree loop, the titanium tunnels. As a result of the injuries that happened, it used to be a drive shaft loop, slick tire, car set, right?
Yep.
Well, that just keeps it from pole vaulting if the front breaks. But if the back comes out, that thing starts spinning a big circle at whatever RPM, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not a good situation. So it's good that the rules have evolved and we've added all those safety features to these chassis.
And so driver is safe. Spoke to him just briefly at the top end, and he's not too pleased about the state of it all either. And so the cleaning process continues. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing some positive news. We are expecting less than 30 minutes until we are ready to rock and roll here. And so that means we will see Cars Filer up once again tonight. This is, I mean, I'm sitting here alongside Tina Pierce. And Tina, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm like, this is, well, I'm not going to stick a microphone in your face. I'm just saying this is about worst case scenario in terms of what you can do to a racetrack, wouldn't you say? Right about there. And so our team has caught some breaks, caught some good breaks, caught some bad breaks, and we are getting the track ready to go again. Again, Randy says about under 30 minutes he expects, and which is good news. So stick with us. Thank all of you guys. You guys are hardcore, and we love you, and we appreciate every one of you. We will be back racing tonight. We do have a midnight curfew. We'll try and get through as much as we can, as quickly as we can. You know, here's the thing is sometimes things break in racing. If it worked all the time, everyone would do it. But it doesn't. So, yeah, if it were easy, everyone would do it, right? But it's not. It's not. And so we're going to let the track crew do their thing under 30 minutes. Well, if you heard that that's the tires hooking. I can't believe they got this. I mean, it doesn't look too shabby to me. It still probably needs sprayed, but I mean, that noise you hear is a fantastic sign. All right, so that is the light timer. That is not a curfew timer, just the light timer. So we're continuing getting everything cleaned up. We'll flip the lights back on here in a second. That's like I said, that's just a timer. That is not like a go-home signal. That is literally just
automation at its finest right there.
Yeah, right?
Unless you're in the middle of a race.
Well, yeah. Thankfully, we're cleaning up.
Well, we got lights on the tractor, so you ain't going to miss a beat. Yeah. You like the lighters back in the day. I don't know. Let there be light, and it was good. Scott Higgs. We need you at the tower, please, Scott.
Scott Higgs to the tower. You know,
Race
Eric,
control.
I'll be honest with you. An impressive job of cleaning this up by Samuel and the crew. I'll say that.
I'll tell you, it went as awful as it went better than expected, because when it's that long and when it's that thick, gloppy stuff, it's never an easy cleanup. So you saw every piece of equipment we had out there. The scrubber first. Scrubber not good enough. Scraper, right? And so Andy Lee out there giving things a good look over, because we won't send cars unless the track is ready to take cars. So
yeah.
I'm super proud of our staff for that, of all our Flying H staff. You know, I wouldn't send a car down if I wouldn't go down in the same car.
No. You know, I want to say, too. Scott Higgs to the tower, please. There he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the best words I'll say all evening coming up right after this wonderful intrusion by Samuel Peterson. Shoo, 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 shoo. Drivers, back to your cars. Drivers, back to your cars, please. Drivers, back to your cars.
You know you wanted to say the most famous words in motorsports.
I did.
But not quite yet.
Yeah, right. Not quite yet.
We could pull that off.
I can pull that off. I can pull that off.
When I see them do this, we could do that.
Oh gosh. All right, so you're talking to anything with an engine I'm a fan of, right? 11 years I've gone to the Indy 500. 11 straight years. And if somebody's saying driver start your engines does not give you the goosebumps,
oh my gosh,
I don't think you're alive,
I
my
think
man.
you gotta check for a pulse.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. We're gonna get to the ED and jump start my heart. Right?
Yeah.
Oh man, you can hear that just growl off the rotator, man. That's when it is good out there.
Did you hear it earlier when it?
I heard it.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I was like, here we go.
Yep.
And I was very excited. So, ladies and gentlemen,
We geek out over, simple things.
A little-
but
it's-
boy, I tell you what though, man, those are the things that when we're around this long enough, you pick up on some of those subtle cues of what's about to take place.
Mm-hmm.
And the lower that, I don't know, I almost call it like a primal growl coming off that rotator. The nastier that is going to be. That track is super tight. Yeah, we were talking about that small little fire we had at the top end with regard to safety equipment, all the onboard fire suppression. Fire's not supposed to happen there.
No.
Yeah, all the nozzles are in the passenger. They're designed to protect the driver and the engine bay, so there's nozzles everywhere in there and 20 pounds of fire extinguishing material. But, yeah, typically that's all from the driver's seat forward. So unusual to have that happen in the puke tank.
Yeah, you know,
I wonder what torched it off, too. That's even more.
I was just talking.
Minds want to know.
I was just talking to Ed on the way up, and he goes, "Yeah, we're trying to figure that out too." He's like,
well, you know what? Just when you think you've seen it all, then something like that, right? You're like, "What? I've never seen that before."
yeah, I mean, it reminds me of something my dad would say. He would always say it about a baseball game. He goes, every game you go to, whether or not you're paying attention to it, you're always going to see something a little different. And all that, if that ain't true for a racetrack, there ain't nothing.
100%.
You're going, oh, wow, this seems like how do you catch fire there? And we actually said this, too, while we were walking down there. I said, you know, I didn't grow up in racing. I grew up playing Need for Speed, and then eventually went to a racetrack and was like, this is more awesome than I could have ever imagined. And
this is much more fun.
My family's not mechanics. My dad is a project manager and a computer programmer. Like it's not in my blood, but it's in my brain and in my heart. And said if there's one thing I've learned over the time, it's to never underestimate where a car can break. You could hit the front end and the freaking back left wheel nut comes off. Like it don't make sense. It don't have to make sense. Number two, never underestimate where something will catch fire, because you could have a lake with nothing but pure water in it, and it will catch fire. You could have a car made of nothing but fire extinguishers, and I'll be darned if it won't catch fire at some point.
Well, you know, the good thing about the racing community, and really the vendors, too, and all the manufacturers, when I started tinkering with cars, the only way I learned how to fix them was I had to break them first.
Oh, yeah.
And so you break one thing, fix that, and it was whack-a-mole. Oh, I'll put a little more horsepower in. Bing, there goes the rear end. Oh, I got to fix that. How do I do that? There was no Google when I started doing that stuff either. So you had to go find your friends, find your buddies, or go get a Chilton manual and figure out how in the heck to fix the 9-inch Ford rear end that you just broke the pinion off. Mostly because you had a little temper flare because somebody cut you off and a little bit driven. Still, but especially at that point. When you duck the throttle to about $7,000, slide your foot off the clutch, something's gonna give. Oh, I heard it. Got the rumble.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Your wheel, you don't worry bad when you're wheel hopping those things. You know that's how you got to go the track. Let's see. Hold on. Let's hear. There it is.
Tire shaped on the Kubota.
That's how you know it's grabbing.
Drive through it.
That's how you know it's grabbing right there.
Add power. Add power.
That's God's way of telling you need more horsepower right there. Now, answer me this. Why isn't anybody strapped a turbo on the Kubotas so that we could rotate the tires faster up and down the lanes?
Oh, well, you know, don't say that too loud because you just never know.
Well, you know, Samuel goes up and down with the sprayer. Freaking strap a nitrous bottle with that some gun. Let's go. I think we could revolutionize this industry, Eric. We could make track prep half the time.
Yes.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have flashing lights on. Do you know what flashing lights mean?
Would it be?
Last pass. Last pass.
Fantastic. Would it be, I don't know, if we had twice as much power, will we get it done in half the time?
That's exactly how the math works out, yes.
If it's linear.
Yeah, you can trust me because
If it's fuzzy math, then I don't know.
You can trust me. Did you know I have a theoretical degree in physics?
I did not know that.
That's actually a real point, yeah. Yep.
That's the thing. You know, I did okay in physics. Geometry's still the one that makes me angry. If I hadn't slept through that, boy,
All right. Okay. Again, we will have some fun. We will have some fun.
some of our viewers are probably having their morning coffee.
When I heard the words "tower ready when you are," and so that means won't be too much longer, and we can say the most magic words in racing. I will say, I think bucket list is I would like to call one open wheel race, even if it's like a little, like an open wheel race, even if it's like a little like Formula 2000 kind of race. I just want to call one, just to say I've done it. I also want to do it. I've never done a dirt oval race, and I'm thinking at some point I'm going to go down to the Tulsa Speedway at Tulsa Raceway Park and go do play-by-play of some slide jobs. I'd have some fun.
Yeah, I think if you listen for just a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I'd be lost on the lingo. I'd be lost on the lingo. But I think if I listen for just a little bit, I'd pick it up pretty quick and it'd be like, oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Well, exactly. It'd be like, okay, I'd have a little bit to learn, but like I've watched enough dirt racing. I like dirt racing enough to know, like, okay, here's what I watch. And also, too, oval racing is oval racing. It's just a term of, how the track evolves, specifically in dirt, to watch. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to Stroud Safety Pro Modified. Give it up for Ron Minix and Keith Goolsby. Goolsby will be on the right side. He is currently sitting third in the points, but he wants to leapfrog somebody, and that somebody is sitting in the left lane. Ron Minix second in the points in the Pontiac Firebird.
Well, these two are evenly matched, too, based on previous performance. Don't know what they got in or now. Probably had way too much time to think about it, actually.
Do you think you'd get in your own head? You want to think? Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, if I was the crew chief, I'd lose my mind. Because I knew what I wanted to do when I rolled up there. Then I started second guessing myself.
Here we go.
They're waving up into the beam.
For those of you hanging on with us, we appreciate you sticking with us through thick and through thin as we stage up and get ready to go. Keith Goolsby, Ron Minix, who moves on to the semis. Goolsby spins the tires on the right-hand side. Minix is, look at the reaction time. 002 runs a 67 like nothing even changed. Goolsby had him at the 60-foot mark. Look at that, a 92.
Yes, 925.
So Minix.
That's, is that Minix? I think that's Minix low of the event.
It might
by
be.
a few thou.
Well, no. Hold on. His slowest was a 63 in his last run. And then he ran a 64.
I don't have that on the screen there. No, that was a heck of a run. Good pass.
That was a
double
heck of a-
two. Oh,
yeah.
my. Ooh.
A 002 on the tree. Man,
Psychic on the tree.
He spent that time meditating. That's what Ron did. All right. He trailered Todd Kelly. He trailered Keith Goolsby. Who's he got next? We'll see. Drivers, start your engines.
Too late. Got a signal coming up here. Looks like. Oh, no, wait a minute. We reset the tree. No, we got a pair. What a beautiful pair it is. Russo in the right lane, all the way from Jersey, representing the North Beach, 69 Chevelle. Man, they was fast sitting still. Barnett in the left lane, John Barnett, out of Ozark.
Yeah. Barnett, ran into him just a bit ago. It was great to see him.
We were talking stories a little while ago with Bob Lambert's throwing rolls.
Throw rolls, yeah.
Stuffing our guts. All kinds of fun.
Ran into him, he was wearing a Cardinals hat, and I'm like, I like you immediately. As we get ready to get staged up, Barnett, in his previous run, ran a 498. Again, attention to the pits, attention to the kids. Curfew will be at midnight, so get ready, because we will call classes right after this pair. It's Russo, Chris Russo. Car ready to rock and roll at 368 and a 5. He found some time, baby.
He did.
He was looking exactly for that, and he found it. So how about a 368 and a 5? Old Big Red, his alarm's going off. The Pro Mods rattled it loose.
Reminds me of Pomona. Have you ever been to a race at Pomona?
I haven't.
So every time the fuel car, so Pomona is absolutely landlocked with cars all the way around the property. And there's housing development everywhere, and every time fuel cars go down, there'd be a half a dozen car alarms going off. We just pray that the batteries all go dead, you know. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, they sense movement, and so they went through moving the earth there. Russo did, and I'm okay with that.
So here comes Mike LeBate. LeBate in his previous run ran a 382. He's going to be up against Aaron Wells. Wells.
And the Bullet Mustang.
He does. He calls it Bullet. Bullet Green.
Versus Bullet.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top dragster, top sportsman, Pro 420 to the lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman, Pro 420 to the lanes, please. Top dragster, top sportsman, Pro 420 to the lanes.
Staged.
Coming to 3/4 here.
Oh, we got a little staging do going.
Do we have a burn down?
I think we do. We got a burn down in O-Town right here.
We have a curfew, you two. Let's go.
Slight
And
attempt
and look
to
at this.
rocket the car.
Look at this. Randy's got the clock out. He's got the clock out. Randy's timing it.
As the hat frosts over on Wells' car.
Yeah, it does. And so you see our starter there. Walking forward, he's got a clock. He's instructing him, get in there. Get in there. As now, again, he's got the clock.
Who's going to
They
give?
only have
Who's
a couple
gonna
minutes.
give?
They got to give.
Looks like Wells is going down.
The bird sticks with it across the line. He poofs up some smoke. And a 69-8 on the top end for Aaron Wells. Wells runs a 69-8. Mike LeBate, a 386 and a 5.
The bait near perfect at the hit. 003 reaction time. Left a little smoke out the big end, so they'll run down and check the track. Please be just vapor. That was a layup. You had to take that one. Easy shot.
No, I mean, dude, if this were 5 o'clock round 2, this time of night for slammers. And so, the Burton Town between the two of them. Taking a look at the top end. I saw something coming out there. As LeBate's car on the left. I'm taking a closer look at the binocs. We checked to make sure there's no fire. We thought we saw smoke. No fire, no fire. So, again, we top sportsman, top dragster, Pro 420 through the lanes, please. Again, we need top sportsman, top dragster, and our Pro 420 to the lanes. Chop, chop. We want to get this one round in before curfew. So TS, TD, and M&M transmission, Pro 420. So we have a funny car coming up here, Billington and Whiteley. I believe in the final. Attention, attention, attention to the pits. Pro Mod, you guys are done for the night. Pro Mod, you guys are done for the night. You will not run tomorrow. And we will discuss the conclusion of this event in a bit. We also need you guys to know that we need top sportsman, top dragster, and Pro 420 to the lanes. All right. And so here we go. Mark Billington and Jim Whiteley. .420 final. We need you up in the lanes now. .420 final. We need you in the lane now. Final, we need you in the lane now. So Whiteley and Billington face off. Billington out of Prosper, Texas. And in what is listed as a Chevy Camaro. Whiteley on the right side. Whiteley has to get out of it. Billington runs a 73 at 2:05. Billington will take the win. Whiteley is going to slow roll. Pro 420, top and top. Pro 420, top and top.
You're done with all the track classes and everything else, correct?
Yes.
I would like to run 420 first because that would be a final and we would be done with them. And
Pro-
then roll top and top.
Pro 420 final, we need you in the lanes now. Pro 420 final, we need you in the lanes now. Okay, all right, fantastic. And so Jeff Moniz will take a solo pass on the left side.
Like we got the pusher out there to clear the car off the top end.
Again, Jeff Moniz will fire up on the left-hand side. The A fuel car.
2021 Dodge Charger bodied A fuel car.
Wow.
Now,
Quote-unquote Dodge Charger,
Yo, what-
quote-unquote body.
well, they call them funny for a reason. I mean,
All right, we are not running tomorrow. Top, and Pro 420 will be the final cars running tonight. We will figure out this race and its conclusion and answer your questions coming up in a little bit. But for now, Top, and Funny Car will be your final runs, as well as the Pro 420. Brought to you by M&M Transmission.
now this car in the single, you'll really be able to hear the difference between the last pair.
You will be able to indeed.
Oh, no, and we lost fire.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
And this is a six Jesus kind of race here. Ellen, on a scale of 1 to 10, how many?
Decision-wise and stuff, this is probably an 8 Jesus race.
Oh,
This is an 8 Jesus race, ma'am.
boy, that's a lot.
That's a
lot.
That's 7 more than the actual amount of Jesus. I think it's Jesus.
I think he nailed it.
Yeah. I think so, yeah. I'll work for a church. Jesus's is? Yeah, he didn't break the beams. I mean, that is it. He did not stage under his own. It will be starter's discretion. Starter's discretion. Again, we need our Race Star Wheels, top traction presented by Union Pistons. We'll run our compressor supercharging top sportsman. We'll run our M&M Transmissions Pro 420, and we will call that a night. As we pull up Darrell Hubbard and James Ogden for the final of Pro 420. Crazy enough, one that doesn't involve Dave Pierce. Dave Pierce has been, I think, in every final of the Pro 420 thus far this year.
Wow.
Well, I mean, everyone in the last, I don't know, probably couple of years, the path to the championship has run through Dave Pierce.
I gotta tell you that the quality of the cars in Pro 420 is just crazy. It's awful.
Isn't it? Well, the car selection, too, because you don't need, because you're running an index, you don't need that aero advantage that a Camaro gives you in a Pro mod. And so you can see some wild and crazy stuff.
Yeah, I really like this 55 Chevy of Ogden's. This thing is just such a cool car. I guess I like orange anyway, so maybe I'm slightly biased.
It could be yours. It's for sale. It's for sale.
Well, there you go.
If you have checks coming, we won't be here all night, so come on down. Now, for the record, it is for sale. I offered him $5. He didn't take it, so it's going to take at least $6.
I could go 6. But I don't know how many zeros he's going to want behind that 6. That'd be the multiplier.
$2. $6.00.
In U.S. funding.
Well, we're not going to accept any. We're not going to accept any of that Canadian monopoly money. All right.
Whatever. I'm sure what that means by hearing on TV all the time. So it sounds good anyway. Actually, real money is a phenomenon anymore.
All right.
Hubbard with a nice long burnout. Such a cool body style.
It is, isn't it?
The way they pull those headlights and just make it look like they're going to stab you coming at you. Just
it's angry.
Well,
it's murderous.
Both of these, either one of these cars would make a totally BA Hot Wheels car. You really get, if you think about that, wouldn't that be?
Put those on the orange tracks and the little zoomies and just let them rip, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
That has to be most people's first introduction to race cars, right?
Oh, sure.
That and video games now, too.
I'm sure video games now.
I mean, I grew up Need for Speed Underground, too. That was my era.
Every little promotional Matchbox style car and Hot Wheels and all that I had everywhere is now all in a giant tote in the living room.
I have a. Here we go.
Hubbard must have saw a flash of something before the tree was
He saw the Pro 420. He saw the, yeah, I mean, he ran red. I mean, he left before the. Yeah, the starter, I mean, he left so early. He left before the third, forget the third Amber, he left before. So here is Michaela Mickey on the right side. She's down into a 4:07. Randy Smith, the 3:90. Mickey going to leave the first by 0.17 seconds.
Pair right here.
Isn't it?
Mickey leaving first with a 4:07 dial. Smith is, means business. Smith, your winner of that pair, 388 on the 390, 388 with a 7, so right there. Had just a little bit to get back the other end if he needed to.
So John Biaggi and Mark Gramey. Again, a murderer's row here. Not quite as fast as the last pair, but
no, but they're right there.
Imagine you're dialing a 4:45 and being this freaking first to leave by half a second, or over a third of a second, rather.
There a ways.
We will.
Test Biaggi patient.
Red light there for John Biaggi, and that's going to give the auto win to Mark Graham. 425 the dial, or 425 the ET, the dial 445. So
just could not hang on and wait anymore.
Look at the green lucky guess, 009.
Yes, 009. Wow. Yeah, that was going to be tough. He had plenty to get back the other end.
And so again, we will not be racing tomorrow to all of our racers. But we are running the one and only Tina Pierce.
Tina Pierce.
And on the right side, it's her teammate. It's Mark Griffin.
So we have, I think it's the first time I've seen this, is have two of these CAS cars side by side.
It's cast-on-cast violence. Now, that's the kind they don't tell you about.
That's right.
They don't teach that in schools. Parents, it's your responsibility to make sure that you talk to your kids about compressed air supercharging on compressed air supercharging violence. Because if you don't, they're going to learn it on the street,
That's
and
right.
you can't have that.
That's right.
Hey, top dragsters, if you can cool and fuel them and be back up in 7 minutes, you can make your run. Top dragsters, cool them, fuel them, get back up. We can't do a second past 12 p.m., but top dragsters, if you can cool them, fuel them, we'll send you. Here we go, Mark Griffin.
There they're in.
Staged up. Oh my gosh, she's going to be tied at the line, and a win for Tina Pierce over Mark Griffin. That's compressed air supercharging on compressed air supercharging violence right there. 0-5 the margin of victory. Tina Pierce runs 400 over the dial. Distance of victory, 12 feet. It's Mr. 9-1 here on the left-hand side. How about that?
It is.
When this started, people were probably rooting for him. At this point, he's got the biggest target on his back.
Yes, for sure.
It's Tyler Wells on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, who do we have? There we go, Dusty Meyer. Meyer will be the first to leave by 0.2 of a second. Look at the nitrous purge now.
Oh, yeah. Man, that's above us.
That is above us.
That's third floor stuff.
That coming from the illustrious Tyler Wells, your points leader. Top dragster, if you can cool him and fuel him and be up here, we'll run you again. We got, 7 more minutes is all, but you're top dragster, so I mean, like, you don't need the Pro Mod cooldown crash time, right? That's kind of the whole benefit of top dragster programs, or one of them.
I love you some blower surge in the morning or at midnight. It's just as good.
It is always good. And here we go, a midnight delight. Oh boy, can Tyler Wells really catch up across the line? He gets the win line, 10-1.
Double breakout affair.
Goodness gracious, so Tyler Wells breaks out by 2/1000ths of a second, man. Oh.
7th thou under for Dusty Meyer.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. Both of those, first off, very tight. But Tyler Wells, 10-1. 2 thou under, that just means he is that car zero.
Meyer gets there 24 thousandths of a second ahead.
There's bad breakouts, and then there's that. You have that car zeroed to blank in, don't you?
Oh, my goodness. I guess so. So about
now,
5 foot at the end, margin of victory. Or margin of defeat,
depending
on which lane you're looking from.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
Hey, I don't want to take credit away from him, but that's almost as impressive as my 3,000th breakout when I was golf cart racing the other week. Look, I dialed a 1748 and I ran a 1748 or 1747 and a 7, dang it. All right. 17 seconds to the 330, golf carts.
Yeah, blazing, pavement ripping top speed of 20-ish miles an hour.
All I'm saying is that everybody
Governor,
on this property wishes they had that kind of speed to run to 17-second 334. All right, again. All right, again, if Top Dragster wants to come up, great. If not, that should be the end of the evening. Give us 1 second. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our evening of racing here at the Flying H Drag Strip. We thank you guys for coming out. And we will, to our racers, we will make sure that we get you guys in the loop on what our procedures are. The wonderful Miss E is deciding on that right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for coming out. Drive home safe. Be safe. We will see you in September. It is a follow-up event right here. It is the Smackdown. It's the Summer Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. Ladies and gentlemen.
Best to bring a bit cooler weather. No promise. But we will do our best.
Will you bring cooler weather? We'll bring fast cars.
Oh, buddy.
How about that?
Have a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, drive home safe. I am Luke Carpenter. This has been the Summer Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. We will talk to you at our next race in September in Martin, Michigan. Until then, stay safe. Bye.
Good night.